We're live. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Adobe Live. We are here at the Sundance Film Festival, and I'm here with Gerardo Coello. Am I saying that right?
Yeah,
okay.
Gerardo Coello.
Are you Mexican, by the
I'm
way?
Mexican,
okay.
yes.
Hablo español también, soy mexicano.
Excelente.
Tenemos el acento. Gerardo. And then I'm also here with Amandine Thomas, correct? And Gerardo, can you please tell the audience what your title is and what you're doing here at Sundance?
Yeah, we're here with a short film called Viaje de Negocios. We made that over the summer, and it's premiering in competition here at the festival. I was the writer-director, Amandine, creative producer, and editor of the films, and we're here to talk a bit about the relationship editing this movie.
Amazing, I love it. So we are live. I am looking at the YouTube chat, so if you all have any questions for Gerardo or Amandine, please put them in the YouTube chat, and I will be keeping an eye on it. So this is a two-way street. It's a safe space. Any questions you may ask, please go ahead and ask them. We are going to be doing a demo from one of the scenes of the film Viaje de Negocios. So we'll be switching to Premiere Pro in a second here. But I do want to let you all know that we are live. So go ahead and ask any questions. So yeah, let's get right into it.
Yeah.
So Amandine, I believe we have Premiere Pro fired up.
We do.
So why don't we go ahead and switch to the scene where we see Premiere Pro. And yeah, let's talk about what's going on here.
Yeah, totally. So let me know when.
Yeah, do we have the picture-in-picture? Is it live? Okay,
Live, okay,
we got
cool.
a PIP going. Let's do it.
Okay, so we're going to take you through one of the scenes in the film, basically from rehearsal to final, locked, VFX, color, everything. So we shot this at Gerardo's school in Mexico City. We scouted a lot, and this is iPhone footage that I took from one of our rehearsals with the actors. So this scene is sort of like an expository scene in the film, and we wanted it to be, there's like information that is revealed in this scene, but the difficulty with a scene like that is you don't want it to feel expository.
Staged. Yeah, I mean, there's something important to mention is this is a very particular relationship because Amandine was there from the start of the film, so she was there at rehearsal, and that's why, you know, the footage we shot at rehearsal, some of it she shot, some of it I shot, and we just brought it into premiere that same day, and she started cutting it together to see what the scene would look like. Just
to get like a sense of, to find our shots and to get a sense of how we were going to be playing this scene, basically. So you can see, the audio is terrible because it's my phone, so you can see different shot selections that we were thinking of. This was an idea with them halfway through the structure, Jungle Gym. And then this was our wide. We always thought to cover this kind of traditionally with like a shot, reverse shot, and a wide. This is sort of what we landed on, I believe.
yeah.
And this was taken on your iPhone, correct?
Yes.
This is taken on, yes.
I love how we have that capability in today's world. It's just shoot it on your iPhone, we can use it for reference, and then just kind of make planning from there. So
totally. We believe in as much prep as possible.
Absolutely.
And you know, it's a huge advantage to have like an editor on from the beginning, because you know, essentially editing is just taking the scraps of what you shot and putting them in a narrative structure.
Yeah.
And you really only have what you shoot. So it was a big advantage to be involved, you know, from the beginning.
Awesome. And let's back up here a little bit. So for those of you tuning in, who may not have seen Viaje de Negocios
Yes.
or have heard about it, why don't you tell us a little bit about what this film is about?
For sure. It's a film about this 10-year-old boy called Daniel. He goes to a private school in Mexico City, and he arrives Monday morning wearing these brand new pair of light-up sneakers that his dad brought him from the United States from a business trip. And he's very proud of these shoes. They're very special. But when he sees another of his classmates wearing the exact same shoes, everything starts to kind of melt down and disintegrate from there. So, the scene we're talking about is the scene in which he's talking about how he got the shoes. He's kind of like showing them off to his friends. And, it's we wanted it to feel very like kid-like, and that's why we started like setting it. We were originally gonna shoot it like just in the playground with the jungle gym around them, but we decided to try and shoot it on the jungle gym, and we were worried about, is it gonna be weird? Are we gonna get our angles? And that's why we brought it into Premiere and shot those things to make sure like, okay, no, yes, this will work and like it looks good. So should we jump to what we actually got on the day?
Yeah, so once we decided on our, on the shots and how we were gonna play the scene, we shoot the film. And
obviously
so
things change.
Things changed a bit. So as you can see, this shot that we ended up with is wider than what we sort of decided on in rehearsal.
Do you want to compare with the white that we had?
Like we have...
It was the first...
This guy, which is, not at the correct angle because I didn't have a ladder or anything. But then we ended up with this.
With that, it's like we had a beautiful sky and like we just like, it's decisions that you make on set, decisions of lens, everything. And we came up with this shot that I think is really beautiful.
It is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
But we'll talk a bit more about how it worked in the edit.
Another thing you'll notice is we had a lot in Mexico City in the summer. The sky changes all the time, so we had a lot of lighting variables.
Yep.
A lot. So even within a scene, the sky changed quite a bit. You can see this is our...
It's completely overcast and then completely sunny.
And then you can even see, the difference in the background of the sky.
Yeah.
This is all cloudy, and then this is, that's the light would change within the scene. So this was a bit difficult to contend with.
Were you going just off the ambient lighting, or did you have supplemental lighting?
No, we didn't have It was too big of a set. I mean, it's just like wide open patio. We had all the frames that you could possibly have, but it's like Mexico City weather. It's just you can not allow. Like it's just gonna do whatever.
It rained one time. We had to mop the rain off the the blacktop. Like it would. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. And then another variable we had to contend with. So we have this wide, which ends up being a bit too wide. And another variable we had to contend with is that we're working with kids, and that they occasionally spike the lens. So you can see here, she's spiking a little bit. We have...
And also exactly during the lines, so it's like,
we have Mr. Pablito here, who was known to spike a bit. For a lot of these kids, this is their first ever
That was going to be my next question, is, are we using child actors that have had any acting experience, or is this their first?
No, a couple of them had acting experience. Most of them, including these two, did not. So these are things that you learn over time as an actor, as to spike the lens or whatever. So there was quite a bit of spiking going on, which just added some variables to contend with in the edit.
Kind of two curveballs to work around. It's like both the spiking and the lighting differences.
So we had we selected our shots eventually, and as you can see, when we got into the edit, we started editing like the day after, I think, the shoot, or maybe the next day.
No, the day after.
Yeah, I think the day after.
Do you want to go to the first one?
Yeah. So I started cutting the scene.
The way what we thought about it, like that it was like, no, we start with the wide, we establish it all, and then we get a bit closer.
And speaking of shots, I do want to give some love to the chat real quick. We do have some questions pouring in. So Sherry is asking, what camera did you use for the film?
Okay, we used the Red Gemini.
The Red Gemini, all right. Shot on red.
Yes.
I like it.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Cool. So again, we are live on YouTube, looking at YouTube and Behance. So if you have any questions, I'm going to go ahead and interject and interrupt you all once in a while.
Of course,
because that's part of being live. We want that two-way engagement. This is your chance to interact with the filmmakers here at Sundance, with Gerardo and Amandine. So please keep asking those questions. But yeah, just a quick time check. I'd say we have about maybe 30-ish more minutes. So let's keep cracking at it.
Cool.
All right.
Great.
So we get into the edit. So we get into the edit. We're using this wide. This is meant to establish, and it's not working. It looks really empty. This is supposed to be a full playground, like before the school bell rings on a Monday, after the weekend, before the what is it called?
The flag ceremony.
Flag ceremony.
Yeah.
So this is supposed to be, and we had come and visited the school during that time, and it's full. There's backpacks everywhere, and the kids are all running around, and this is not. This is a mistake made during production
to be fair, we did have kids and we did place them, but given the angle that the camera was on, the height that the camera was in, like we just did not see anything.
See them. They were below the camera.
They
were running around.
Exactly. They were like.
I think we had one here at some point.
So it's like we had some of them up there, but it's like we can't have more kids up in the thing. So they were there. They just
and obviously,
make it into the frame.
Sound design will help, of course, but there's only so much that can be done with no other kids in the frame, you know. And it feels a bit staged.
Do you want to show what it looks like with the previous, like cutting from the previous shot, or
which shot?
Like the next one we selected.
So, pretty quickly,
like this is what the previous shot looks like, and it's a bit jarring. It's
you can see all these kids in the frame, and then we cut, and there's no kids.
Right.
And it just felt a bit. We had this kid at the beginning, but it felt a bit like alienating from this scene, which is supposed to convey information that is important. If you don't get the information in this scene, then you're not going to get the film. Right. So we pretty quickly had to cut the wide, which made us very nervous, and play it directly.
Are those the shoes, though? Or those the
those are the shoes. Those are the sneakers.
Those are pretty sweet shoes.
Yeah, they
are very sweet.
Yeah.
The shoes is a big thing.
Yeah.
We had to bring them from the U.S.
Yeah.
Our DP got stopped at customs with like a suitcase full of shoes.
These shoes are way too fly.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you doing with these? We wanted to get them in our size, but they don't make them.
Sadly.
The light was a whole.
You had to turn them on, so we had to remember to turn them on. So there's like some shots that it's like, this is perfect, but the light wasn't on. Like,
and are these kind of the shoes? Super popular in the '90s. You're putting down, and every time you step, it's got this. So that's the same thing.
Yes.
Yep. And I love that they're still trending and it's a thing, because even I grew up in Mexico City as well. That's how I was born.
Cool.
And I mean, they were everywhere. So I know. I mean, that was probably me in the playground.
Oh wow, that's cool.
That's so cool.
That's very
I get
cool.
it. I mean, I get the light up shoes. Like that is a thing.
Yes.
You are the cool kid on the block if you have that. So.
That's how we. That's how we came up with the with the story.
Yeah.
This conversation about light up shoes.
Yeah, love it. Do you want to show what we ended up transitioning to go into the scene?
Yes. Yeah, and so this was, he steps into the scene. We wanted the shoes to light up when he steps in, but it was like a whole there was a whole issue. He was stepping too hard. Remember, it was it was a lot. So we're here, and then we just go directly to here, where we have all these kids playing in the background.
Okay.
And the opening of the scene works much better. We like that Pablito is climbing into his second position, basically. And so we just kind of made a decision to play this scene only with the 2 shots.
Because once at this size, we can't go wider. We can't go wider unless we're trying to really get very far away from the characters. It's like we're there with the story. So it was a bit of a bummer, but it we had to cut our wide shot almost fully. We'll show you a bit how we did incorporate it. In the end, we managed to.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that previous scene, where is that in the movie? Is this towards the beginning?
Right
towards the beginning, yes.
Okay, so it's already started. This isn't the first scene, but
not the first scene, but it's the first I guess the first actual scene in a way. Yeah.
We have the opening, and then this is the first. Sort of dialogue. Expository scene.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if I can play audio.
Yeah, let's go ahead and play audio, and then you can let us know if we're hearing it in the live stream. So go ahead and let's get it going.
Yeah,
right.
We'll just play this scene, and then we'll show you what we did to finish it. You can just do.
No. Okay.
Yo uso escudo de... ¿Son nuevos? Sí. Están muy chidos. ¿Tú crees que mi papá cuando voy a Estados Unidos voy a conseguir esos? Están bien chidos.
No creo, ¿eh?
¿Por?
Porque mi papá me contó que eran edición limitada. Los últimos en la tienda. ¿Qué crees?
¿Qué?
Que el que le vendió estos tenis era mexicano. Entonces, tú sabes, ¿no? Se cayeron bien.
Clic, todo.
Claro. Entonces el vendedor fue a la parte trasera de la tienda y agarró estos pares. Estaban escondidos.
Ajá.
Están bien padres, ¿verdad?
Sí, son muy chidos.
Sí.
Oye, ¿dónde está mi plumón azul marino de la playa que te presté el viernes? Lo necesito hoy para arte. ¿Ya estás de bien?
Sí, míralos. Son de San Antonio.
¿De San Antonio? ¿Fuiste al Six Flags?
Bueno, en realidad fue mi papá a un viaje de negocios. Fue a ver un cliente súper importante.
¿En fin de semana?
No saben, o sea, mi papá trabaja un montón. Era un cliente súper importante y creo que no había tiempo.
Yeah,
So
that came out great.
it worked out.
It worked out. I agree.
And there is if you're looking for it, there's still a little bit of spiking here or there.
There's a little
but,
spiking. There's a little continuity with Lila's hand, but
I think you had to punch in on some of them to
Little bit.
remove maybe some elements that were a bit kind of made continuity errors, like a hand there. So
But it's always going to be like a
very
balance
slight.
between, continuity and performance.
Right.
Because you want, and I will always pick performance, because you want the scene to work in that way. So I would say our main points of difficult variables with this scene was the spiking.
Pablito.
The spiking, the fact that the 2 shots weren't clean, so you have some continuity, and the sky, the differences in light. This was pre-color, and there's some light differences there, and with the sky as well, you can see. We have a white sky, and at the beginning of the scene, we have a blue sky. So we ended up picture locking. We edited the film in a week, and we picture locked.
2 weeks later, something like that.
Yeah. And I think this was largely due to the fact that we collaborated on this from the beginning, and by the time we got to the edit, and we prepped, and by the time we got to the edit, we had the idea of what we wanted. We knew what we wanted. Obviously, there's going to be things that change, like you won't use your wide, or you can't anticipate certain things, of course, but for the most part, I think we understood what we needed, absolutely needed in the edit to get the story.
Right.
And then everything else was amazing to
it
get.
just all came together.
But we had our core, like, what we needed.
And I think something
narratively
very helpful in this movie was, like, from shot list, we knew what our cut points were, and like it was like, okay, like the cut point is gonna be the look over there, and the shot is gonna hold from all the way over these lines, and then the like shift in the gaze. So like all of that was very important because it's like we weren't like, oh, all of these like things happen in a certain order, and then we get to the end, and it's like, oh, we can't use it because the line, and then we have this thing happen, and then it's the gate, so we need to cut it this way. We really went through, we
storyboarded. We did a really ugly, horrible stick figure storyboard.
It wasn't that.
It was pretty bad.
Want to see the stick figure storyboard.
Oh my god! I wish we had brought it. Would have been so
amazing. Yeah. But I mean, storyboarding is storyboarding, right?
Yes.
I mean, if it's done with stick figures, if it's done with, people are now using Gen AI on Adobe, like Firefly, to like actually make these stills. So I mean, whatever it takes to actually get the story across, so everybody's aligned. I mean, that's what it takes. Stick figure storyboard, though. I love that. Yeah, that's so cool.
Well, it was great.
Whatever helps you in your head understand visually, like what it is that you're trying to do. And how you're trying to edit the film. So it really was like by the time we got to the edit, we had a blueprint at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then for finishing, the last few things we did on this scene were, it was like, okay, like we have these lighting issues, the sky issues, and the sound, the difference in the sound. So, our amazing sound designer just created this like continual soundscape that just like maintains even though you only see the kids at the beginning, you can still hear them throughout the rest of the scene. Then we had our amazing colorist, Mary Perino, who basically helped us balance out the, intense sunlight, and then the shadows to kind of like find a middle point. And we ended up actually replacing the sky. Okay. So we can show you what that looked like in the end.
I was wondering if you were doing some sky replacement here to kind of do that. I'm curious to know how you did it. All right.
Yeah, we did. Yes.
Yo uso escudo de... ¿Son nuevos? Sí. Están muy chidos. ¿Tú crees que mi papá cuando vaya a Estados Unidos sí, están bien chidos?
No creo, ¿eh?
¿Por?
Porque mi papá me contó que eran edición limitada, los últimos en la tienda. ¿Qué crees? Que el que le vendió estos tenis era mexicano. Entonces, tú sabes, ¿no? Se cayeron bien.
Todo.
Claro. Entonces el vendedor fue a la parte trasera de la tienda y agarró estos pares. Estaban escondidos. Están bien padres, ¿verdad?
Sí, están muy chidos.
Sí.
Oye, ¿dónde está mi plumón azul marino de la playa que te presté el viernes? Lo necesito hoy para arte. ¿Ya viste los tenis de Daniel?
Sí, míralos, son de San Antonio.
¿De San Antonio? ¿Fuiste en Six Flags?
Bueno, en realidad fue mi papá, a un viaje de negocios. Fue a ver un cliente súper importante. En fin de semana, no saben, o sea, mi papá trabaja un montón. Era un cliente súper importante y creo que no había tiempo.
So let me go to the chat real quick, and then we can talk about the sky replacement.
Sure.
Okay. So we have someone asking, what is the runtime of your film?
13 minutes.
12 12 minutes and 52 seconds.
Okay, and where can people catch it if they wanted to see the whole thing?
It's gonna be available online with Sundance Film Festival starting January 25th. So
25th. Okay,
yeah,
so in 3
check
days.
it out in 3 days. It's gonna be available online in the United States. So check it out.
Amazing. Cool. All right, so quick time check. We have about, say, a little over 15 minutes. So
Cool.
why don't we look at a little more at some scenes and talk about sky replacement? And I think that'll probably get us close towards the end of this live stream.
Cool.
Yeah, so could you tell our shots?
It's it's something that I would have never really looked at unless I had that to look at. So I mean, I think that's a testament to it, right? Like it's I wasn't even thinking about looking at this guy until you mentioned it. So I was trying to look at it, and I'd say high level as someone who's not even paying attention. No, I could not tell.
Yeah, I mean that's the hope, right? Is like all these little things. I think it can be really easy to get bogged down in the details.
Yeah, and as creators, I think the right answer is like, when do I stop? Because it's so easy to keep fine tuning that, and
especially in the edit.
Yes, absolutely.
And my like little mantra that I keep telling myself always in making a film is just like don't let perfect be the enemy of the good.
Yeah, that is. Got to write that down. That is a great quote right there.
It's very easy to get, and you have to decide. Like we could have decided not to do sky replacement, but in the end, it bothered us just enough.
Yeah, and it was also, I think, something important is the sky replacement was also added narratively to it, and I think that's why we did it in the end. It's like the sky replacement creates, it's the whole first half of the movie. It's like it's all idyllic, and it's like this beautiful school, and it's like this beautiful day, and it's like this perfect day with these shoes, and it's like having this like picture perfect blue sky with beautiful clouds in the background just like added so much to the image. Like our colorist was like, there's nothing sadder than just like a plain white sky.
Yeah, it's a big focal point of this scene and the picture that it's painting. So yeah, I mean, as you said, if it's bothering you that much, then it's got to be a thing that needs to be done.
Right. Yeah. And other things, especially in indie filmmaking, you got to let them go. Yeah. It's not gonna. You have to like pick your battles. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. So, in the end, we're very happy with this scene. And I think we could maybe move on to the vignettes.
Yeah,
just a little bit of that.
That's interesting. Yeah, let's show the rough.
So we have in the beginning of the film, we have this sort of montage moment right before the scene.
Maybe let's do the rough first before we show.
Yeah. So we have this sort of montage of like kid life at the playground before school starts. And here, let's play it here. So we shot these little vignettes before like our official shoot days. This is temp sound. So we shot these little vignettes, and these are important because they occur within the first like 45 seconds of the film, minute of the film. Yeah. So it's important to establish the school and the sort of like the world, and to not have it lose interest. It's the first minute. It's like pretty important. And so we cut together this vignette, and it felt like stale, and like stock footage-y a bit, like it just felt a bit maybe contrived. And so what I did, we had a bunch of, we did a bunch of these scenes, many of which didn't make it in here. And what we ended up with is something very similar.
Just sorry.
Yes.
Can we turn down the scrubbing audio a little bit? I feel like it's a little too loud on the live stream.
Cool.
Yeah. I think they're saying that the audio
Oh,
playing
God.
is just a little loud in the eardrum, so it's not on you. We'll just turn down the audio just a little bit.
Sorry.
Okay, so yes, sorry to interrupt. So keep on.
So yeah, we ended up with something like pretty similar. But we took out a lot of the, like, what I really realized is that the points that we, like, had the kids rehearse and do, like, with the snail and everything, that was, like, sort of the least interesting part of the vignettes. Like, the more interesting part was the parts where they were just like here, like they were
like
just playing.
fighting.
They were actually fighting over
They're
the
siblings, so yeah.
yeah. And so it felt like, I think one sort of challenge of this film was we wanted it to be beautiful visually. We wanted to have our shots where he steps in with the shoe. He steps into the frame, but we wanted it to feel like real. And
Yes.
especially with kids, I think it can be easy to go into like cartoon land a bit. And we wanted to give these kids like real stakes and have it feel like a real, give it like, I guess, the respect that that this, this story for this child, like, we felt like he deserved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because this is a seminal moment in his life. And so I think just like finding these bits that were a little bit less.
And I think at some point you even used the music to just find and you were like, we were disagreeing about the music, and you were like, it's not going to stay. It just.
I edited to music. And so I think, I guess it felt with this, like, it wasn't only about like embracing imperfections, but it was also about finding how those imperfections could actually sort of like enhance.
Kind of like help play to like the authentic story of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of these scenes, I do have a question. Can you scroll back just a little bit? I'm so curious. Like, what is happening there?
Oh,
What is
Pritt
that?
stick.
a Pritt stick, like cobweb you call it? Telaraña?
Yeah, cobweb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a cobweb, and
Yeah.
is it?
It's like,
Made out of the glue. You just get your fingers on the glue. It's like.
And are you meant to play with it, or?
it's just like, the glue sticks that you get in school to do like your school projects.
Yeah, yeah.
And then what she's doing with it, who did that? I don't remember. I don't exactly remember who did the actual cobweb, but what she's doing with it, and she's taking the glue.
She's taking the glue
you
and then
put
she's
it
putting
between your
Yeah.
fingers,
I
and then
did
you
it.
spread it
She was
over.
so good. She did it. She was so
Did she?
good. Yeah. I mean, anyone who grew up in Mexico City knows that.
That's what I was
So-
asking, is because I did grow up in Mexico, and I'm like, I should know what's happening there, but I don't.
Yeah.
I'm like an inauthentic Mexican. Like, what's happening? So that's why I was curious about it.
Do you know the little bugs that I think in Mexico we call them wheelies? Like the bugs.
Yeah, the little wheelies.
Yeah,
So we
really-
looked for those.
We looked for those for so long, and
We
like
didn't want it to be a snail.
yeah, it was gonna be wheelies, but we didn't find them. That's still
We
my single
looked.
heartbreak regarding this movie. There's no wheelies. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
The thing I always think about Mexico too, growing up there, is like, you remember how all the trees were just painted in white?
Yes.
When you're going
Yes.
there, and I think it was to actually not have bugs climb up the trees. And
Yeah. Oh, really? I didn't know
I
that.
think so.
Yeah.
Growing up as a kid, you just don't question it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, all the trees are painted like white at the bottom.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you're like, why is that actually happening? I think it's to kind of preserve them so they don't get eaten and die.
Okay.
You know,
That's
'cause greenery in Mexico, it's good. It's a big city.
it's
Yeah.
very good.
It's-
Yep.
It's beautiful.
Okay, cool. So we just have a little under 10 minutes.
Cool.
Was there one more thing we wanted to chat about before we wrap up?
We could talk about the montage post-destruction if you...
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to show that?
Yeah, so something that we didn't anticipate, that we didn't... So we had a B cam during this. A friend of ours ran B cam just to get sort of still life moments. So this is... this is after the climax of the film. Daniel is talking to his teacher. So he's had this big emotional sort of breakthrough, and he gets escorted out of his classroom by his teacher. And we wanted the next scene after this occurs at PE class, because all the kids went to PE class, which he is supposed to be at. In the script, I believe it was we go directly from this scene to PE class, but Gerardo had a great idea, which we will show you now.
Por todos lados y tienes que ser tú el que falta. Dime qué te pasa. Vámonos ya, por favor. Llevo todo el tiempo buscándote. Vámonos, vámonos. ¿Qué tanto estás viendo?
Atrás, entre medio de las piernas, por atrás, sale, botando de forma libre, venga, por atrás.
Do you remember that was like so long and had like, it was like 30 seconds long montage? Yeah, I mean, we overdid it at first and then we reined it in, and it's just like...
So the original, so the rough cut had more scenes establishing like the emptiness?
No, the rough cut we had, we went, I think, a little too far with it. And we had... oops. We had...
It's right there, yeah.
Mañana haciendo exactamente lo mismo.
Yeah. Yeah, the kid drawings. We used different...
And like, yeah. It was more of like a contrast of like, you know, happy things and like, you know, this emptiness, sad, like, you know, the plants and this.
And that... We went
Atrás, entre medio de las piernas.
we wanted a breath, a moment.
Yeah.
I'm not really a big fan of like cutting to sort of like B-roll into as a transition to a scene. I don't love that. I think it's sometimes can be overdone, like cutting to like a sky and leaves and cars. I don't know. Yeah. And then, you know, as a transition, I prefer to try to find more sort of like economical ways or efficient ways to transition from scene to scene. But in this, it felt like cutting directly to this moment would...
It would completely diffuse the tension.
Yeah, you wouldn't get to stay with what's just happened and stay with like the tension of that we tried to create leading up to that point. Yeah. But then, you know, we took a bit too far with the kids' drawings. It was a bit long and it was a bit...
And it actually
jumbled.
diffused the tension in its own
yeah.
way.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, what am I seeing? Like,
so then we ended up with this.
Yeah, I think that the original version definitely works.
Yeah.
And I love this. I mean, thank you so much for showing this and then just kind of seeing, you know, what originally it was, kind of the feedback of what was going on in the head and then the decisions that were made. I mean, I think this type of commentary and just going in through your heads is just so invaluable for people that are aspiring filmmakers or aspiring documentarians. I mean, that's why we do these live sessions, to kind of get inside the head. It's like, this is how it was. No, it's not really working. Like you said, there was tension, but then it diffused the tension.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So thank you for being so candid about that and just kind of talking about through the process.
Of course.
We do have about 3 or 4 minutes left, so
Sure.
I did want to ask you all, we're here at Sundance. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Congratulations so much for having
Thank
a
you.
film in
Thank
Sundance. What is coming up next? What's next for Gerardo and Amandine?
Well, we're right now. Well, Amandine's editing our next short film, which we shot in December in Mexico City. So we're in post production for that, and we're currently editing from the festival, which is hectic and exciting in its own
So
way.
you're here right now, but you're also working.
Yes.
You're
Yeah.
also editing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have the drive. We always work off of these kind of portable drives because we
Right.
bring it everywhere. And
We have our
yeah.
masters, in Mexico City, well backed up, but we're traveling with them everywhere because we don't know where we're gonna be able to edit. So,
Right.
yeah.
And are you editing off of this laptop? Is that
Yes.
what's going on?
Yes.
That's the world we live in today. Is we
Yes.
can just edit on these. When I was editing 10 years ago, I mean, just the biggest rigs ever.
Yeah,
Now you
yeah.
can just do it portable. So
pretty
that's
cool.
amazing you're able to be here. Appreciate the fact that you're at Sundance,
Yeah.
but then also be working off this portable laptop.
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right, so that is going to pretty much put us in to the end of this session. Don't go anywhere because we have a full day of live sessions here at the Sundance Film Festival. So we are live until 2 p.m. Mountain Time. So we got about 5 more sessions to go. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and transition to the next live show. So we're going to be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. So again, Amandine and Gerardo, thank you so much for joining
thank
us.
you.
This was very, very fun. I genuinely
Thank you.
love being next to you all and learning about this film, which
Thank
I am
you so
100%
much.
going to catch when it's
Please.
available online.
Amazing.
And
January 25th to the 29th, available online.
January 25th.
Yes.
It's coming up. All right. So everybody, stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 to 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Cool.
Gerardo,
No, thank you.
amazing. Thank you. Amandine.
Thank
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Adobe Live. I'm Grace Hathaway from Adobe, and this is Gabriela Ortega.
What's up,
Thank
everybody?
you for being with us today.
Hello, welcome to
How
day
are you?
375 at Sundance.
I think I have aged like 5 years since Thursday.
Yeah, I really was trying to pass as a Gen Z, and I don't think it's working.
It's not working. So can you introduce yourself to our audience? You consider yourself a multi-hyphenate filmmaker. Can you tell us a little bit about what that means in your work?
So I am a writer, director, and an actor, which means it's just like really hard for me to do my taxes.
Valid.
In general.
It's tough.
But I started my career as an actor. I went to school for it, and I quickly learned that if I wanted to be on film, I needed to have material and put myself out there. And so that's kind of like my experience with filmmaking started to kind of putting myself on the screen. And when I started doing that, I fell in love with writing and directing. And since then, I've had films licensed to HBO. I did the Rising Voices Fellowship with Lena Waithe and made a film called Huella that ended up coming to Sundance in 2022, and that trickled support from the Institute and led me here to be an Adobe Fellow this year with the Adobe Women to Watch Fellowship that Sundance has.
Wow. That is an impressive resume. And you got all the chops. You have like the directing, the acting, the writing. You got it. You got it all.
You know, I think it's this thing where like I'm very passionate about not being put in a box. And for me, I was talking about it with some friends because they were like, oh, like, do you want like something more than others? And it's really hard for me to answer that question because to me it's more project based.
Yeah.
Like if I fall in love with a project and I know like, oh, maybe I'm not the right person to direct it or to write it, or I would kill this role.
Yeah.
It's more about like how can I serve this project and just like, falling in love with stories when I was young and wanting to be part of that world.
Yeah. That's awesome. I love it. So this session is actually called How to Promote Your Filmmaking in Adobe Express, but we renamed it. Do you remember our rebrand of this session?
Are we saying it at the same time?
You ready? 1, 2, 3. Keeping it real with Gabriela and Grace.
Exactly.
Because we want to talk about reels and how they have kind of changed from your classic like 2 to 3 minute reel to a shorter, more niche reel, right? So Can you talk about kind of like the traditional 2 to 3 minute reel versus kind of what you are doing now with your reels?
Hot take. I don't think you need a 3 minute reel.
I don't either. I'm not sitting for 3 minutes.
No,
personally.
I don't think anybody has the time. I mean, we've lost all our bandwidth. For real. No, I think, so when I was starting out, I was so hesitant to show my directing work because I was like, I don't have enough. I need to have 10,000 clips. I need to have a bunch of cool transitions. I need to have all the actors ever, high production value. And it was really, like I was making all this stuff.
Yeah.
And nobody was seeing it. Like unless they were at a festival and like my friends or like my family when I forced them.
Yeah.
I had a film premiere in HBO and it had been a year, and of course it got heat when it was, first promoted, and then HBO does this thing in Latinx Heritage Month where they like promote their Latino talent. But then other than that, like nobody was watching my short on HBO. Shout out to Papi on HBO, available now. But I did a reel on Instagram talking about how like I made a film about my dad and it got to HBO, yada yada yada, like cute vibes.
And how did that do?
In a day, it got over
noticed
10K.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
And then like a bunch of comments and like people were like, oh my God, congrats. Like people thought the film just came out. And it really taught me that you gotta put yourself out there.
Yeah.
And the shorter the better. Like that 30-second clip did more for me than like a 3-year-old reel on Vimeo.
Yeah.
That I have to like hit up my friend every now and then to be like, yo, can you help me? Can you re-edit this real quick? Pull it out. Like
please.
Okay, so speaking of that, I've downloaded some of your like directing trailers and short films, and so I was going to start to like cut together a quick little reel in Adobe Express while we keep chatting about reels.
Let's do it.
So here I am in Adobe Express right here, and we have some amazing video features in Adobe Express. I'm an editor myself, and I'm a Premiere user, and lately for social, I've just been using Adobe Express. Like, it's been so easy. So I'm gonna go over here. Do you want to make a reel, like a vertical reel, or?
I think a vertical.
Yeah, I feel like
it looks
vertical.
nicer on the feed.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
so
a Virgo, so I need to see the whole screen represented.
Yeah. Okay, cute. So I just went and hit this video button right here in Adobe Express, and it brought up every kind of video size I would ever need. I'm just gonna hit Instagram Reel and create from scratch. And this just brings me into a vertical video. And so I can just start building your reel right in here.
And as you're building, just like for people watching,
Yeah.
can you reformat as you're creating?
Yeah.
So like you're not even limited to one format.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to put in some of your footage. So I have a folder for you. Where are you on here? I think you're in my downloads. Gabby. Wait, hold on. Let me go here because I had you up. Okay, so which of these? I have all these. I have Huela. I have In Case I'm Next, Morenita, Papi. Which one of these do you want to start with?
I feel like let's start with Huella.
Okay.
So
you tell us a little bit about that.
So Huella is a dance movie with horror elements, but what I love about the short that sort of is the gift that keeps on giving for me is how in the short we wanted to experiment with so many different styles, and it's also dance driven, and I feel like if you have anything with movement or like something very striking as a first image, that's gonna hook somebody. And I feel like Huella was like my exploration of like grief through a visual narrative.
I'm just gonna play some of that. So this was actually your Sundance selection.
Yes, 2022.
Okay. So let's look at some of these visuals. So like what would you pull from here to add into a reel? Like what do you look for when you're looking at these visuals to add to a reel or to promote?
Well, the dance, I think, that already kind of
this one right
creates like a heightened reality for me.
Yeah.
And again, I think you see dance, that's something that you can use for narrative and for music video.
Absolutely.
So I feel like having one kind of set piece that is purely visual in your reels and like for aesthetic purposes is good. Also like a cool opening image. And that because of that movement, maybe that's not the full opening image, but that could totally be sort of like a crescendo or like a heightened moment.
Yeah. I love that. It looks like I think my internet might be down. I'm getting a little bit of an error message. So let's just like talk through some of your other work, and what you would maybe pull together for a reel.
So I have Papi. So Papi has this like mixed media quality to it.
Yeah.
It's my first film ever. It's a documentary. And so my work is all very different. And okay, so low key, do you think I filmed that on Super 8? Did I fool you?
It does. It looks like Super 8. I'm convinced.
I filmed that in an iPhone XR.
Did you really?
For all the DPs watching, I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
No, dude,
I bet they're all so mad about that.
So I'm from the Dominican Republic. I'm seeing head shaking. I'm seeing like
people are in disbelief.
Not disbelief. I think people are like, I can't. Listen, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah.
And what I liked about doing that film on my phone was the autonomy of it. That's another thing I think that's so important for young creators. Even before you're editing the reel, shoot your own stuff.
Yeah.
Like I feel like we are in such a great time where we have the opportunity to do so much. Pretty much everybody has a camera, and even if it's like low 5, that's a vibe now.
Yeah.
And that film, so I shot on my phone, but I added all these filters, and what that gave me was an opportunity to sort of create nostalgia, because the film is a portrait of my father.
Yeah.
And so I made that literally on my phone, I hit up my friend in the pandemic, height of the pandemic, and her name is Lauren Cabanas, and she's an editor, like a boss, and a filmmaker, just amazing. I hit her up in Mexico City, and I go, yo, Lauren, what are you up to right now? She was working for Snapchat. So she was making content that was so short that she hadn't done something long in such a long time. And I just go, do you want to edit this with me? And so we edited on Premiere, but we edited on Zoom.
Together on Zoom?
Yeah, like, well, not together. She was editing and I was...
So you were like, on the Zoom call.
But we would do the sessions, but this was like March 2020. And that was the first time I edited remotely. I mean, I think we were all kind of still figuring out what Zoom was.
Absolutely. I remember that time. What a time.
It was just purely collaboration. And what that did for me was like push me to make my own stuff. As we're troubleshooting.
Yeah. I think we might be back.
Are we back?
I think we might be back.
We are back, people. We are back.
Okay, let's see if this works.
But long story short, I made that film on my phone, and HBO later acquired it because I submitted to festivals. And it was something that cost me $300. So if I can do it, you can do it.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
So where is the best place to like post your reels? Like in terms of strategy around posting reels and where are you posting and what are you including in those?
I don't know for people watching what their thoughts are, but what I have noticed is that TikTok is a place where you can be a little less serious.
Yeah.
And sometimes as a director, you're so full of yourself. You're like, this is my art.
Yeah.
I really connect when people do like BTS of their work on TikTok, or they like go into a shot and like explain like this was the storyboard and it looks like two stick figures and then boom, movie magic.
Yeah.
So I feel like I love TikTok for the sort of more personable approach.
Totally.
And then Instagram is kind of like you're swiping, but you're also seeing photos, and like I feel like everyone is on Instagram too.
Yeah, totally.
And so it's a cool look at what you do, and I think honestly, to me, Instagram's the new LinkedIn.
I agree with you.
Like I have not used LinkedIn since like 2000.
I only use LinkedIn because I'm a corporate girly, but if I didn't have to be on there, I totally wouldn't.
Which, power to you. Power to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now this is working. It's really nice. So you can see that I'm able to see this layer where your video is, and then down here I have my scenes, right? So I can add a new scene when I want to add maybe what else would you add to this reel? I know you mentioned the dance, right? So I have that dance. I added that in there. And we just talked about Poppy, so do you want to add some of that, like some of that Super 8 footage?
I think maybe Poppy could be...
I also was looking through this. There was one with like a bathtub and like feathers.
Oh, that's fun. Yes.
This is such, like the imagery here, I just feel like it's so eye-catching. We should add that.
That was the tightest place I've ever shot.
Really? Was it a tiny bathroom?
It was the tiniest bathroom of my life and the only bathroom at the location.
Wait, I'm sorry. So when your crew had to use the restroom, what was the situation there?
Listen.
They stepped into a feathered bathroom.
I didn't intend to say this on this live,
well,
okay?
We're here now.
But literally, like, it was in the, while we were shooting, in the call sheet, the vibe was like, if you have to go, just go number one. Number one.
Yeah.
Because, we're all trying our best.
We can't be doing that, yeah.
Yeah, but then also we have like a neighbor friend that also hooked us up.
Good.
And there was some scenes that weren't all in the bathroom. But yeah, it was rough.
That's
Again,
tough.
I'm like, this is like $2K budgets.
Yeah.
Off of school.
Yeah.
All the homies.
Yeah.
And we were just doing our best.
I've been there, like those shoestring budgets, you're just like, what can I do? I added Poppy in here because I think that file was a little too big for our Wi-Fi connection. So I put Poppy in instead.
Well, I think, so you have the driving. I wonder if we can connect the driving to something.
Yeah.
Like, that's a cool transition.
Yeah.
Or even, like, you know how my dad, like, moves his little feet? Like, maybe that could connect with the other feet.
I love that. Yeah,
let's
find
try
that.
it.
Let me see if I can find it.
So how do you feel? Okay, I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
I'm turning this around.
Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting this. I was supposed to be the host of this session.
No, you're hosting. But
I
you're
am
such
hosting.
a good host that I feel comfortable.
Oh, good.
What do you think is like the best way to collab with a director? Like, as an editor, what do you feel like is like the best form of etiquette when you're working on something? Do you like to do a pass yourself? Do you like to like talk vibes?
Well, I'm more of a producer, but I was talking to someone about editing yesterday, and I think the beauty of bringing an editor in before you even take a pass at anything is that the editor will see your footage in a new light, right? In a way that you didn't have in mind at all. So it's like it's good to get some fresh eyes on it, because maybe there's something in that story or the footage that you weren't thinking of.
No, I agree 100% with you.
Yeah.
And I think with these things, what's cool too is like less is more. I feel like when I was starting out and having like my 2-minute reel, I literally wanted to put everything I ever shot forever and ever. And that was so limiting because I don't know, I feel like we were so saturated.
Yeah.
So I feel like honestly, if we put 4 projects on this or like 3,
yeah,
and it's like it encapsulates a feeling, I think that's enough. And I know that like the vertical format may feel restrictive, but what I like about the vertical format on Reels is that it kind of teases the things more, because people want to see it full screen later.
It like incites their curiosity a little bit. They're like, wait, I want to see what the rest of this looks like.
Yeah, and it changes the energy.
Yeah. So we actually are almost out of time, and I do want to feature our scheduling feature in Adobe Express. Have I told you about this yet?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so ready.
This is like what I tell everyone, because I'm trying to be offline as much as possible, but like still on, like look like I'm online, you know what I'm saying? So I want to be posting, I want to be looking like I'm posting, but not actually on Instagram, because if I go into the app, I just get sucked in, and then I'm scrolling, and then I'm 3 hours later, I'm still on TikTok.
100%.
So in Adobe Express, there's actually a scheduler. So once you build your reel, right, we had a few delays, so we didn't get time to build a full reel, but say you built a gorgeous little reel in here, super simple and easy. You go over to share, and then you can schedule your post right here.
Oh, wow.
And you can see I have all of these social things connected.
And
so
you do them all at the same time?
Yeah, you can post them all. Like if I wanted to post to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Are we calling it Twitter or X? X?
I'm not calling it.
I'm not calling it anything. We're going to skip it. Pinterest, LinkedIn, TikTok. Say I want to post to all of those.
Yes.
What do you want your caption to be? New reel, who dis?
2024. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's early in the year, like a vibe could be like 2024. You know, I'm always like a grateful girly online. I'm always like, thank you to all my collaborators.
Always grateful girly.
No.
Online.
No. Canceled. No.
Okay, so since you're a grateful girly, so then the nice thing about this. No, we're committed to that. We're sticking with that.
Oh my God. No, so, I was saying that. I'm always like, thank you to all my, the work of blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, so the nice thing about scheduling on Express is that it already knows, like, what you need for each social network, right? So like on Instagram, you can add hashtags. On Pinterest, you can select a board. On TikTok, you can disable comments. Just cut the haters out of your life.
That's amazing.
And you can preview, and then you can go ahead and just schedule it. And when you go back to your homepage, there's this schedule, and you can actually see all your posts on this calendar. I don't have anything scheduled, but when you post, they all show up here. And so you can just schedule everything out for as long as you'd like.
You know, I love that so much because I have so many friends that are like straight up content creators.
Yeah.
And they have all these planners and they're like hauling like a bunch of books and stuff. And I feel like that gives you, it just becomes part of your other life, because it's mixed in with everything else when you have it, say, on your Google Calendar. But having this, I feel like it gives you a place to separate from the work.
Totally.
Because I think so much is just like mixed up. And so you have it here, you show it, you don't think about it, and then it goes away, and then you see it online. And
so nice.
I feel like even like the scheduling already ups up your engagement if you have the consistency and the timing. Like if you plan that, I mean,
Yeah.
Just like a go viral 101.
That's exactly it. Okay, we have 1 minute left. So in this 1 minute, I would love to hear like what advice you have for up and coming filmmakers, like you 5-10 years ago. What would you say to her?
Just hold on to your friends. They're like your lifeline. They're your creative lifeline. Never underestimate anybody. Grow together. And don't make stuff to get into Sundance or to like get an award. Make stuff because it literally sets you on fire, you know, just like because you want to do it, be relentless and be bold, and yeah, don't tell anybody, don't let anybody tell you who you are.
And be a grateful girly online.
Always credit your crew online. Like,
for real.
No, for real. That's what I'm saying. When I say grateful girls, like if I'm listing the projects, I'm like, Fulanito shot this.
Yeah, no, you gotta list the whole. You gotta have a long caption there.
Girl, in the comments, continued.
All right, I think that's all the time we have. We will be back in 5 minutes with another session. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you, Gabriela. It's so nice to work with you. We'll see y'all back here in 5.
All right, welcome back. This is round 2 with my friend Leo. Leo, how are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
We're doing great. We're doing great. We had a little bit of a tech snafu, but we had a backup for the system, so we are live now again. We're going to make this very, very quickly because we did have 25 minutes, but now we have about 10. So are you ready to do like the super quick warp speed version of this live session?
I think so.
All right, let's do it.
Give it a shot.
Okay, so let's jump right into it. I am looking at the chat, so any questions, feel free to answer them. I'm going to let Leo do most of his thing right now because we just don't have a lot of time. But if we got any questions, I will get to them at the end. So Leo, I'm going to have you take it away, my friend. What are we doing today?
Cool. I'm a filmmaker. I'm working on my first feature here with the Sundance Ignite program. There's a little section of it that is more abstract. I work on 60mm film. Essentially, it's like an analog format that gets scanned digitally, and this is the footage you're going to be seeing. Part of this footage I'm going to be overlaying to each other, and a lot of it is like hand processed, and it was like in a little canister with like uneven chemistry being applied to everything, so the image looks uneven. So to start here, like there's this footage that I will go in depth more in a little bit. Here's a little bit of all the footage that I just described. That is all the like uneven processing. It's like little bits of film that get like all mixed together, so I have to put them in sequence. So I get all of this. This is all my footage. I can scrub through it, and I select the best things. I cut them around, and I put them in sequence. And if they're too short, I loop them, and I kind of feel like how long images should be on screen for. And here it is. Like, so I organize more or less like how I want the scene to build from. So it starts with this Earth like stratosphere kind of like movement. It fades to black, and then it shows the hand process part.
And did you mention how you developed this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's all in a canister.
Right.
So I cut 6mm like in reels. Like each 100 feet is like about 3 minutes. So I cut them like by hand and put them like little bits this size into like this canister, shove them inside, shake with all the chemistry, and then I have to splice them with like tape together, all together, scan everything, put it here, and that's what you're seeing here.
That's amazing. So this is very unique. I mean, I gotta say, I have never seen anything like this, and the effects that you're seeing are essentially homegrown and made by Leo here. So this is what we're seeing is how you develop it, and everything's different. Not one video clip is the same.
Exactly, and each bit will be different, so cool. And all the like hair, dust. I like these things. I think it adds a little like difference to the image. I like how it feels. It feels more organic than just like those digital images. Anyway, so to build the sequence, I have these other. I add some sound to it. So I think you're getting sound. The sound creates this atmosphere. The sequence is supposedly these people traveling, and they're in a spaceship, and the plants that they're growing inside the spaceship are flourishing, blooming. So this sequence is where this happens. So it starts with these hand processed stuff. I put the soundtrack over it. Step 3, I come to this archival footage of like very old educational films of these plants like blooming. So I do overlays of them. So there's like a process of selecting which, like, we're in a rush here, so I'll just I like screen mode better for this, and it's a process of try and error and see how it goes.
So the effect that you took, you are essentially blending it and putting a blending mode on it, and that's how we're seeing it overlay on top of this archival footage?
Yeah, well, I do the other way around. So the base is all the video that I hand processed and it got scanned, then I overlaid this. Let me just move around. So I overlaid this other footage. So originally this would be something like this. Okay. And now it becomes. So
you add which blending mode? Did you go with the screen
mode.
one?
Yeah,
that's the go-to one. Yeah.
For me, it's like a dark one.
It helps a lot. Yeah.
So yeah, you have the sequence.
Beautiful.
They start blooming. I have sound here, and then there's a sequence in which they travel. So I filmed this it's a very DIY way of doing this. So I filmed in a very dark room just with my 60mm camera, zooming in through a ring light to create this effect. So I zoom in through a ring light, and this happens. And I essentially loop this. So it's like they're traveling through this space. I kind of do to the beat of the song more or less, like the ambience that you're hearing, to build to something like this. So you see them in an additive way that it becomes more.
That was a ring light that you did.
Yeah.
Okay, I saw this effect before, and it just looked like some sort of motion graphic, like After Effect. But you actually filmed that.
Yeah.
And added it as a transition.
Yeah, it's like
that is so cool.
Yeah, it's not only a transition, but it's like this overlay also.
Yeah, it's an overlay. That's a physical ring light that you filmed, and you put the light and screen.
It's light and screen mode with like a lower opacity, so like all the darks get very like they disappear. It's literally like in my apartment in like a background and just zooming in with the zoom lens and the 6mm film. So
very cool, my friend.
It's a much cleaner processing.
I agree.
So it kind of overlays nicely with this, and he has like natural flares and blooms that like happens. Like when this like part, like it's a mix of a bunch of like this image. This still is very nice, right? You have the imperfections of the first layer that was hand processed, then the very old film that is overlaid on top of this, and then you have the ring light, right? That is going through and glooming, and it's very nice. And 60mm is just very like glowy, and all the highlights become like very, they flourish in a way. I really like them.
Let's do this real quick. So I'm seeing in the chat that the computer audio is very loud. So why don't we go ahead and just mute the audio tracks, so we're not blowing some eardrums to our fellow attendees. And then we could just kind of do this without the computer audio.
Yeah, that's good.
Cool.
So then the sequence progresses, and this is just like essentially looping this ring light as the thing progresses, and it becomes like this kind of abstract sequence in the film.
That's awesome. I love it. And then so was this an experimental film that you submitted anywhere, or is this just kind of you exploring your art style and just kind of working with all these elements that you have?
This is the sequence of the feature that I'm working on. So that's like a more like lyrical aspect of the film, that like you're traveling through space and the plants are growing, and then it goes back to the narrative of the film.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. And then can we get a sneak peek of it?
No,
just kind of playing with it, or you can't?
I don't have it here because I couldn't show it.
But these are the clips that you can't, and then these are the clips in the film?
Yeah, these are in the film. Yeah.
Cool.
And then there's the other parts of the film that it's not here. This is just for the demo for the sequence.
I love it.
So
cool, man. So we started a little bit late, but we do have about 10 minutes left. So we still have some time to kill. Is there anything else that you wanted to go over, or just kind of chat about with this whole process?
Well, it's like a very lengthy process that like I kind of jumped through it. It's
let's do it. I mean, if we don't finish it, all good. But I think it's still important just to kind of show your process. So why don't we just kind of go through the process and then just kind of get through with what we can with the next 10 minutes.
Well, I don't want to blow anyone's ears, but essentially like what I'm doing here is like getting to the flow, the like song, and like how the atmosphere is playing out, and then I'm like looping this. So I would like do this and like find right place to put it, but I don't want to blow anyone's ears.
So, we could just mute the track, and then we can play through it if you're okay to show it.
Yeah. Well, I just don't know where to put it. You know what I mean? Like, But essentially, it would be like this. So it becomes like a progression that becomes more often.
So you've been able to see it, how it actually is.
Yeah, I did some like tests of it in the theater in a dark room, and it creates like this tunnel of like your retina just like keeping the light in for a little bit longer. Yeah, it's pretty nice. So yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, well, we still got some questions. Does anyone have any questions?
I'm looking at the chat. If you all have any questions for Leo, please feel free to pop them in. We do have some time, but there is kind of a delay, so I don't want to sit around here and just wait for questions. So is there anything else you want to talk about, or maybe talk about what you have that's coming up in the future in terms of what Leo's doing that we can expect to see, or what are some of the projects that you have going on?
Well, I have a new film premiering in Rotterdam in a couple of weeks.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
are you going to go to Rotterdam and see it?
Yeah, right after here. Like I have one day back in Los Angeles, and then I go to Rotterdam for 11 days. Okay.
And what's the film?
It's a film which is kind of found footage, also in 16. So part of it I found, part of it found me, part of it is like found a sound that I'm working on, and it's about this artist that lived in Los Angeles during the dictatorship in Brazil. Right. So yeah. So
when you say found footage, did you come across the footage at some point and just stumbled upon it?
I found some reels of film, and I found some images.
Where are you finding this?
It's an unfinished film. Well, that's
that's okay. That's part of the thing. You can't do it.
But some of it is like me matching to that footage as well, and like trying to find the same aesthetic and finishing the film that was never finished by this artist under a pseudonym that I never met.
Okay, so that's happening in Rotterdam.
Yeah.
And then is it going to be available here in the United States for anybody to see?
It might show at a festival soon. It's doing its world premiere at Rotterdam right now, and yeah, I don't know what's the future of the film yet, but yeah,
but it's happening.
It's in competition, so it's pretty exciting. Yeah,
that's awesome. All right, well, let's go back to premiere one more time. So we have about 5 more minutes, and then are you able to play this whole thing, or are you just playing sections of it?
I can play the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's play this whole thing just to kind of see it.
thing.
So why don't we just take a second just to kind of watch this whole thing?
Yeah,
And
I can do the
what we can
final
do actually, if the audio's too loud, which tracks do we need?
All of them.
Do we need all of them? Okay. I'm wondering if we can just go to the final mixer. Where is yours? So I see that your panels are set up a little bit, but do you know how we have a master mix?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we
I
could
don't
just
have-
globally turn down the audio in Premiere. So it might be.
I can just turn all the tracks
Yeah,
down.
we can turn all the tracks
Yeah, it
down.
might
So that's
be
another
easier.
way to do it. We could do it the manual way.
Oh,
as
until
we
I
used to do it.
find the screen organized to be cleaned up for the demo,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't want to go there.
Okay, so we'll turn these tracks down just so we're not blowing some eardrums here. But then after that, let's just kind of look at how this whole clip is, and then we can just have a look through it since we kind of just rushed through it and at the beginning, and then we can just kind of see how it all looks. It'll be fun.
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
So can I put in full screen?
Let's do a full screen. Let's do it.
Oh, it's
Yeah. So let's click on the program monitor
Yeah, I'll just
and
do
then
that.
hit the tilde key.
yeah, I'll just do that.
There we go. Full screen. All right.
Cool.
So let's have a look at this.
It's not.
Looks like it's not showing. All right. Let's go back.
Oh,
there we
because
go.
yeah, that's why.
There we go.
Cool.
Cool. Surround here. All right. Let's go ahead and have a sneak peek at Leo's film right here. And then, do we have audio? Excellent. Love it. See that ring light happening a lot. I love it. It's like a constant theme throughout this.
And it becomes more recurrent as the scene progresses.
I'm noticing that. Yeah, the cadence of it is starting to speed up. And then all these artifacts that we're seeing, that's part of your.
It's part of the end
process
processing.
where
So
you're
there's like all this.
processing.
They're all 60 millimeters, so it's like overlay of many of these variations, right? Like the old footage with the new footage, and the like new footage that is also very like dirtly hand processed. So yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
There
And I
it
see
is.
on the chat, we have Lamont saying creative approach. I agree. This is very, very creative, man. That is awesome.
Thank
I
you.
love how this came out. Is there anything else that you would want to chat about before we go live? We still got about 3 minutes, so.
Well, yeah. If you can ever experiment with analog formats, and like all my work does this process, so it's always a back and forth between digital tools and analog tools, which I find it fascinating. Sometimes I'm like working with CGI images that then get printed on like celluloid and then goes back here and gets scanned. So a lot of times like I'm doing these loops between like getting a Premiere sequence, shooting out of a monitor, and then like CG like animations and then sending back, and like it does these multiple times, so you get a lot of like granular like information.
Yeah, the more times you do it, the more of a different
yeah,
look
it's
you're
like
getting.
each variation
Yeah.
you get more dirt, dust, and all these things. So yeah,
That's cool.
it's very nice. I like working like this, so it gives me like freedom, and it creates images that I find very fascinating. So
And you're keeping the analog alive. Everything is just so digital these days. Is that kind of why you still want to experiment with analog? Just because everything is essentially digital, and I feel like there's still an art worth working with analog, which we can clearly see here with the way that you've done so creatively. Such an amazing way.
Yeah, I like the process of working like that. It's very interesting to like shoot this way. Like I don't have a video tap, a monitor. I'm just looking through the viewfinder, like the actual light coming in. I don't know, just the process is more organic, and I work in small crews, so it feels very like I don't know, it just feels right to me, and that's why I choose to work on it. I don't get to finish them as prints often.
Right.
Sometimes it's a 35 print, but it's usually a digital output to 35 millimeter at this point. But I have a lot of friends that finish like cutting and splicing films together and showing like festivals all over the world still, and it's
That's
a
awesome.
very alive format. And
Yeah, and you can see the results here with the way that process is done. It just works out amazingly. It's awesome. All right, so in the last minute that we have here, do you have any words of inspiration or any final statements for our audience here that are probably, or maybe tuning in just for any creative inspo? Do you have any final words for them?
Yeah, do what you like and do this. I don't know. I'm very stubborn about doing my vision and trying to do it, even if people don't like it, or if it's like hardly to digest something. I just do it, and my films are weird and they find its audience, and it works out. I hope and it's working out, I guess. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's awesome. You know, I think a lot of times people make creative films or post certain content because they think that's what other people want to see. But I mean, this is a testament. You're doing it for you. You know, this is
Yeah.
for you, and you know, you got a process to it, super unique, and you know, here you are at Sundance with your creative. Your workflow. So amazing. Leo, such a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, and thank you
again,
for
stick
watching.
around, everybody. I'm looking at this camera. We have more live streams coming up. We're, again, live till 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and transition to the next live show, but we will be back in about 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere. See y'all soon. Excellent. All right, Leo.
Thank you.
Good job, man. You did awesome, dude. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much for showing us your process.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. All right, we're going to do a quick transition here and go to the next people. Let me see. I got my doc. It's Jamie.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We're here at Sundance at the Adobe space on Main Street. My name is Rob Laughlin. I'm on the production technology team at Frame.io, and I kind of help our customers figure out how to get Frame.io tools working in the field. So I'm excited to have Jamie MacArthur here, who's a content producer and lead editor at the Sundance team on their video team. So we're going to talk about how Adobe tools, Frame.io, and Premiere Pro help them create the content that they do in this sort of unique environment. So I'm excited to have you here. So Jamie, why don't you introduce yourself and give us a sense of your background and your experience?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm super excited. As Rob said, I'm the lead editor here for the Sundance Film Festival this year. It's my second time. Last year, we had a great time. This year, a little bit different. We have a little bit of a different structure, but we're excited to be here. And we're going to talk about Frame. We're going to talk about camera to cloud. This is my second year at the festival, like I said, and I have about 10 years on and off of video world experience, I guess, ranging from corporate videos, training, to most recently been kind of doing freelance full time. So getting my hands in live events, music, food, hospitality, real estate, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm excited to be here to talk about Frame and camera to cloud and how we use that on the festival right on site.
Awesome. Yeah, that's certainly all over the place. Why don't you talk a little bit about your role specifically here? What do you do kind of day to day?
Sure. Yeah. So we have a whole bunch of deliverables. You may have seen our social media, Sundance.org. If you haven't checked it out, you can definitely go there and see all the content that we're posting on there. So part of our, our goal here is obviously supporting. We're going social first is kind of our main difference from this year to last year. Last year, all of our deliverables were shown prior to like every film, which is really cool to see, your content on the big screen. Super exciting. But this year, because we are kind of being social first, it's crucial to have Frame first and foremost, just because we're able to get access to that content quickly, efficiently. A lot of social stuff. And then our daily recap, which is a big one. It's our partnership with one of our production companies, Superbloom. Shout out to Superbloom. They are creating those. So if you haven't checked those out, definitely take a look because they are super fun. They've done a great job. Other than that, we've just been cutting up a lot of social stuff. We have some media outlets that we're also responsible for, getting clips to them as well. So you can imagine the turnaround time. Daily recaps, you can imagine the turnaround time is pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was able to be here with you last year and got to see it. And actually, if you viewers at home, we did a whole video on it on our YouTube page on Adobe. Look up Sundance 2023. It's a really great kind of breakdown of what they did last year. But of course, it evolved a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And as for myself, I'm a creative that's sort of wired like an engineer. So I'm excited when the two kind of come together. And that's what makes this workflow really exciting to me. So what makes the Sundance workflow so kind of unique? You started talking about it a little bit, but what else goes into that?
Well, last year was the first time that we tried camera to cloud, and that was my first time as well. I can't imagine what this process looked like without camera to cloud, just because, we have so many limitations here. Obviously, our biggest limitation is like the infrastructure and the internet connectivity on the mountain, as you guys have probably noticed, or anybody that's here, even your cell phone might not be working as well. So that's one of our biggest limitations, is having that connectivity, being able to kind of communicate with everyone. We've done a lot of different things this year to help with that. So last year, we had partnership with, this year and last year, we had partnership with like Scalera, the Atmos team. We've had a lot of great partnerships that have really allowed this to actually be efficient.
Right.
Like I said, I can't imagine what it would look like to have runners trying to get up and down to our production office, getting cards from our videographers and photographers. It'd be a mess. So this year, it's really cool because we can this year and last year, we literally are seeing the content come in as they're breaking. So it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, so let's take a minute here, because maybe some viewers might not know what Frame.io is or what camera to cloud is. So let's talk about that a little bit, and we could talk about the way that you guys have deployed it. So camera to cloud, its basic definition is allows you to upload assets from your camera directly into Frame.io so that your team can access that. That's the general kind of sense, but let's talk about how you guys use it, because it's a little. You guys have kind of a unique setup here with how many camera teams do you have this year? 18, right? Something like that?
Yeah, last year we had about 16 videographers. I think our full video team this year is like something around 50.
Wow.
So it's a lot. We have 5 videographers and field producers from the Sundance side, and then, like I said, Super Bloom, our partners, have I think 5 videographers and 5 field producers as well. So a lot of people spread out all across the mountain trying to capture press lines, B-roll. They had an awesome video the other day called Shuttle Talk, where they were getting interviews with people that are just trying to move on the mountain, trying to make it from one event to another. So again, the infrastructure here is, we have limitations, but this allows us to really grab that content as quickly as possible. I was literally on my way over here, and I was getting an email ping that like incoming footage is in frame. So it's really cool to just be able to see that stuff as soon as it comes in, and allows us to work on it immediately.
Cool. Well, yeah, let's give some viewers a sense of what it actually looks like. So if we want to go to Jamie's computer here, we can walk through Frame.io and what that looks like as the content comes in.
Yeah, and one thing that I will add as well is obviously all the things that are coming in right now. You can see that we have incoming footage, and we have a few different areas. So one thing that I will mention, you said cameras. We also have our social team are running around with iPhones as well. They're personal iPhones. We have a few that we've rented, things like that, and that's a whole other process too. There is Filmic Pro, which I guess I should mention as a nice little plug, that is compatible with camera to cloud. But we also just have them with Frame on the phone itself. So as they're running and gunning, maybe they have internet limitations, maybe they prefer using the regular camera app on their iPhone, whatever it is. We also have them the ability to just load that stuff right up manually through our social incoming footage. So we're trying to keep it a little bit clean, a little organized, so we have our social content coming in versus our camera to cloud stuff. But yeah, I thought I'd mention that just because you don't just have to have a really fancy camera to get working on Frame. There's a lot of different ways that you can utilize Frame into your workflow. So yeah, it's good to mention iPhones and just a manual upload process.
Right, and it's all going to one central location. So your whole team and the Super Bowl team, you guys work together, can have access to all that content that you need, right?
Exactly. And obviously the organization, you can't be in post without having some sort of semblance of organization. So you can see on our page, we actually have Super Bloom is coming in separately, that just so we can keep a clear divide of who's doing what and where they're coming from. So it's really cool. And I think one thing that we should just kind of show is that you wouldn't normally have access to unless you have a camera that's compatible is the connection here, the camera to cloud connection tab. When we go into there, it's really cool because you can actually physically see who's on and recording right as we're speaking right now. I feel like the guy in the chair. I feel like a little bit like Morgan Freeman in the Batman movie. Like have like all the power to see. So that's really fun to see. And we have capabilities. You probably obviously have a little bit more connection of the back end of what we can do. But yeah, a lot of organization in terms of naming.
Right.
And you were dealing with us yesterday. We were doing some troubleshooting on one of the devices.
Yeah. So it's cool. You can see here, we've got each camera device labeled in a way that makes sense for Jamie's team. So we can see, okay, they know who Keegan is. They know what camera H is, the panel, right? And they can see, like Jamie was saying, who's online and what's happening. And when they're not online, you can know what to do and how to fix it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you were bringing up the connection, and that was certainly a challenge last year. And it's such a key element to this.
Yes, it really is.
How do your team sort of, and you guys manage, when that is maybe not working, right? Maybe you go into a location where you just can't get service.
Yeah.
How do you balance the streamlined nature of camera to cloud with the nature?
Different hotspots in there. Most of our main locations have like a souped up Wi-Fi, which allows those cameras to kind of upload immediately as they're being recorded. In the ones that are kind of running and gunning, out getting B-roll, things like that aren't at a central location that has Wi-Fi. I mentioned the Scalera devices. Those are clutch for those devices to be connected to Wi-Fi or connect to a service that allows that camera to cloud to not get interrupted.
Right.
And then obviously, when there are issues that do occur, it's just a matter of manually uploading that. So we have all the panels that are going on at the Filmmakers Lodge, super cool stuff. Where actually you can see we have a line cut, so it's actually coming right from the board. It has all the cameras and this live switching that Keegan, our TriCaster, is doing.
So that's interesting. So that's not actually a camera itself.
Exactly.
Right? That's the switcher from the board.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually have to be connected straight to a lens, which is really interesting.
Yeah, I think JP yesterday was talking about, our Atmos team, he was talking about being able to connect to Twitch and do live streams, play your Nintendo Switch on there. So obviously there's a lot of other real world applications for this other than what we're using. But yeah, this allows us to not only get that content right away, but it's already cut up. So unless there's a mistake or something like that, it's ready to go. We just slap on some end cards and export, and we're rocking.
Awesome. So, but typically the setup is you have a camera.
Yeah.
And then the operators have an Atomos device on there. I think we're using Ninja 5s this year. And those are connected to Frame, right?
Correct.
And then they shoot and they upload, and that goes right into your project. So let's take a look at how you have your project organized here.
Yeah. So again, on the left-hand side, we just have it broken up in a little ways so that we can just kind of keep it nice and clean of what cameras are coming in. And as you saw in there, we have them named based on camera A, B, C, etc. And we also like to have the names on it just so if there's any communication in the field that we need, that's always nice. So what's really cool is this structure that you're seeing is pretty much automatic. As soon as a clip gets recorded, this morning when I woke up, there was no 2024 122. That happened as soon as we got that first clip recorded this morning. So it's really fun to be able to see that. And already you can see, it's broken out into day, but then also by each camera as well. So we have the panels going, and all the cameras at the panel are also going right in there. And that's actually great to see because we did have, like I said, nothing's going to work perfect, so we had some limitations yesterday that obviously seem to be resolved. So that's super fun to see.
Yeah, that's awesome. So once you have it here, that's great. You can view it in Frame.io. Other producers can view it, maybe leave some comments, right?
Yeah.
Collaborate a little bit. So let's talk about that collaboration. So how does collaboration play a key role in the acquisition phase, right? We're all if you're used to Frame.io, you probably know it for post, for work in progress reviews. So where do those collaboration tools come into play when you're capturing?
Yeah, I love that. So one thing that I like about Frame is just visually when you're looking at clips, there's so many different ways to communicate, essentially. We have, the comments in Frame, but also, let me see if I can open up the right one. Already, you're seeing some other additional communication styles. So you can see that all these clips on the top are approved. So again, that's our field producers and some of our larger creative teams looking at some of these clips on their phone, on their computer, wherever, as it's coming in, and they're actually able to go in and set the status of those. So, that's actually something that prior to kind of being in a really big production, maybe you don't even use, maybe you didn't even know that the statuses were there. So this is a really great way without actually physically texting or slacking or whatever the communication is. You just mark those as a status. So it's really clear to be all right, this is a great clip. Let's move on, or at least let's focus on that a little bit more. So that's one way of communicating. And then in other ways, I'll actually open up my Premiere for a second. This is a clip that I brought in, and you can actually see there's little markers on it. And this is directly related to the comments. So one thing that was really cool, last year, we had a Slack channel, text messages, a lot of different ways to communicate. This year, our field producers actually started kind of leaving notes directly in Frame, which is super fun to see because then I don't have to watch the whole clip down and kind of pick those sound bites for myself. They've already kind of picked out and gave me a little bit of a general direction of what I should be looking at, where I should be looking at. Because, as you can imagine, there's a lot of content that comes through.
Yeah, I was going through the folder the other day while we were helping you guys, and there's a lot coming in from everywhere. So,
exactly.
Yeah. So let's take a step back real quick and sort of talk about how you guys sort of came across Frame.io as a solution, Camera Cloud as a solution, and how you started to integrate it into that workflow, and how you built that workflow around it.
Yeah. So definitely, yes. Last year was the first step of this. We learned so much in terms of what we needed to do. So like I said, we upgraded Wi-Fi in different areas. We had the Scalera devices, so we kind of have a lot of different fallbacks or, just kind of, oh, my frame is not signed in on here. We switched my laptop, so I'll have to, I can use the other tab on there.
Nice.
But yeah, within Frame, when it's linked up, you're able to actually import that content right into your timeline. So that's an easy way. Obviously, we have the Frame browser here, and we're able to kind of look at things. And that's really for anybody and everybody on our team. So our creative director and our creative producers are able to actually kind of review some of the content, especially when our first night when we had like the gala, we had Christopher Nolan speak, Robert Downey Jr. spoke, a lot of things, and there's a quick turnaround for getting media to press, getting things up on social. There's always that timing aspect of it.
Right.
So when we're getting those, not only are we able to see those notes from our creative producers and our creative director and immediately grab those clips on there, but again, we're also able to go directly into Premiere when it's set up properly, and be able to download and import that right into your project, which I did a few of that already, on previous days.
Yeah. So actually, let's get you signed in because I want to see how the panel works. But I think what's interesting, and I know your first year was last year. Can we just quickly switch off of Jamie's machine while he signs in? I know last year was your first year doing it, and it was the first year we did sort of a Camera Cloud workflow. But previously, it was kind of a traditional way of working, right? They would shoot, they would bring the cameras back, bring the camera cards back to headquarters, get all that stuff downloaded, make the edits, and then deliver for 7 in the morning, and you'd have people working till the middle of the night to get that all done.
Yes, late nights.
Right, because you had the midnight premieres, right, and everything, and things just go on a long time. So I think you guys came to us to start, how do we make this better, right? How do we make this faster? How do we streamline this process? So we helped you guys kind of get set up. We connected you with Atomos, right, to find the right tools.
Yeah, exactly. Again, a lot of partnersps. A lot of great partnerships allowed this to work and function properly, for sure.
Yeah, I think when I'm talking to customers, one of the things I sort of run into talking to them is figuring out how to actually really to get it work. And what's really powerful about Camera Cloud, but also really intimidating, is we have a lot of different integrations that work in a lot of different ways. So finding the right solution is kind of a key element to this. So we talk a little bit about that. I guess you guys were shooting on Canon cameras, right?
Yeah. I can't remember the breakdown of all the equipment on there, but I believe they were C300s. Really great camera. And last year, again, limitations, connectivity, and things like that. We also have, storage is also a factor too, with the Sundance server and things like that. So we do need to be mindful of the amount of content that we're creating as well. So last year we shot 1080 to allow us to actually edit right off those proxies, which is a huge advantage. We were able to not worry about getting like the raw cards and everything back. We were able to just kind of quickly be able to pull the proxies, not worry about downgrading or anything like that. Especially as we're going social first, it's not as much of a concern with proxy versus raw. This year we are shooting 2K, so we did bump it up just a little bit, which is great, and that is allowing us to get a little bit better quality, and it's allowing us to test that infrastructure a little bit more to bring in those proxies, bring in the raws, see how that, or the original content, and see how that works out.
Cool. Yeah, so we could, we already switched back.
Oh, cool, perfect.
Amazing. So actually let's look at that. So when you pull something in through the panel, which we'll let you walk through a little bit, you're bringing in the proxy, and at some point the original lands on your storage servers.
Yep.
And then you go back to that at some point. So you're starting work with those smaller files.
Yes.
So you move your schedule up a little bit, right?
Yeah, exactly. So again, we have an awesome team. We have a couple DITs that are handling all of our raw data. So people are dropping off cards kind of at like the end of the day or the beginning of the day. Although, like I said, traveling on the mountain doesn't always work out as best, but it is so important for us to just capture and save all of the content that we're capturing, and back it up, obviously. So we just have, and the iPhones as well, again, we have so many cameras that are running around that from a longevity point of view, it's really important that even if we're not cutting these things together on the mountain this year, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or another 40 years, it's the 40th anniversary. history. So obviously we've been pulling a lot of content from the archive, and that's exactly what I have in mind right now. Is like, I'm not thinking of like exactly in this moment. I'm thinking 30, 40 years down the line when they want to pull this archive footage. It's going to be there. It's going to be nice and neat. They'll have proxies. They'll have RAWs. All that they need.
That's certainly a unique experience for like a live event like this. I know our sports customers run into sort of the same thing.
Sure.
So it's a totally different way to think about generate your content, organize your content. So that's really cool to hear. So so now that we have Premiere, why don't you walk us through kind of how you use the panel and how you bring that content in, how you interact with it. And for those that don't know, Frame.io has a panel that's built into Premiere now.
Yeah.
You just go to Window, Review, or View.
Review with Frame.io. Yep.
Review with Frame.io, and there it is. So.
And it's so nice to be able to have that, because not only can you take content from there, so obviously I've had a lot like that I've loaded in, but two things that are really cool is, there's this, I was talking about communication earlier, so you have the little approved and the statuses and stuff like that, but you also can see visually when there's actually a comment on these clips as well. So again, visually, just as I'm browsing through, I can say, oh, somebody left a comment, let me see what that comment actually is. You can see it. It's integrated right into Frame. So one of our awesome field producers, Coco, is leaving notes right for us, which is, again, fantastic. Especially when we have like the panels that are 15 or 30, 40, an hour long. Of course, we like to watch all that down. But again, when our turnarounds are very quick, we're trying to get things around. If I have a note, I'm going to use that note. So it's super helpful to see that. And what's great about that is I'll actually bounce back just for our purposes here. Right on the Frame review panel, you have a few different options. So if I need to do something separately out of Frame or out of Premiere, I could download the file, or for our purposes, I can import that file. And this is where we were talking about where we have a few different options of like, what do we want to use? I won't get into the nitty gritty of some of the limitations here if you are resyncing your raw data and proxies, but for the most part, we want to grab the highest quality just for our quick turnaround. So when I use the original clip here, you'll see it kind of process. It will ask me where I want to save that. So that is great to put it into a specific location that I have saved already. Like I said, you can't be in post without having some sort of organization on there, right?
Yeah.
I already have that one. I guess I cheated a little bit. I set it up beforehand. But again,
the workflow, yeah.
Yeah, so you can see it kind of loading in, and then you'll also see it kind of drop right in the bin. I'll grab another one if I need to actually see how that drops in. And then I can actually start working on it right away.
Cool, so you can navigate through everything that you have access to on Frame.io just through that panel, right? So you could just stay in Premiere, you and the other editors can work in the tool that you're used to working in, and let producers use Frame, and then you can interact through that surface area, which is really, really neat. And I love that you guys have such a scaled team. It's cool to see that communication play back and forth.
Yeah, and again, like text messaging, Slack, all these different various communications that we use is great for different things. But if I'm right in the middle of Premiere, I might not have my phone next to me. I might not have Slack notifications going off because I'm in the zone. So to be able to see the approved statuses, be able to see the notes on there without bothering anybody is, again, just like a streamlined, efficient process. Obviously, if I have questions, then we can go that route. But it's really great to just be able to see that in action and not have any bottlenecks within the process.
Right.
So just kind of clear what I was doing. So I went and imported the clip, and you can see it just kind of drops into my regular bin. And then, for my step, I'll just do what I would normally do, which you can see that it's like eCam. So yeah, just A, B, C, E, however you do that. And I like to right click and this is one of my favorite features in Premiere is new bin from selection. I probably use this, I don't know, 1,000 times in a project. It's just allows you to have whatever you have selected, and it just bins it. You can just name it whatever you want on here. Technically, it was in another day, but I'm just doing this for your guys' purposes on there. And then again, organizing it where you want. The best part about it. And as I actually pull that in, we'll actually pull that into this sequence here. There's that marker too. So not only am I kind of linked in with those comments that are coming in, and I can see, okay, perfect. I have a note on there. I can actually go ahead and just kind of click and drag, and now I have that my starting point of that note. So again, super efficient, super nice, and just a great way to communicate without physically communicating via text, Slack, whatever it is.
Right, right. So now you've got the content in Premiere Pro, and you talked a little bit about, being social first, right? So let's talk a little bit about how, tools in Premiere help you do that. Because social first is great, you can tell some cool stories, but it starts to get overwhelming, right? You've got all the different platforms that have their different languages, visual languages, but also their aspect ratios, right?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
So how do you handle all of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people have a lot of different ways on how they want to handle, especially cutting from 9 to 6. Me personally, I like to cut with just like the raw footage first and not have to worry about it already being framed in 9:6. And then there's a feature in Premiere, if you don't know of it, that makes that kind of process really easy. So if, let's say that this timeline is completely done, and I know that my next step is going to be making it a 9:16. I could duplicate this project, I could go into the sequence settings and change that and manually edit every single clip, or I can literally just click on that sequence that's already in my bin, and I can use the auto reframe sequence. This is another, I don't know how long this has been around, but ever since it has been around, it has been a game changer, especially nowadays. Not only are we social first, but for the past year or so, a lot of the content that I've been producing from a freelancing standpoint is also social first. I might have a cut that goes on YouTube or something like that, but for the most part, every single deliverable that I've been asked incorporates a social media, a 9:6 or a square version. So it's really great. You can actually see that there are a couple different aspect ratios to choose from. So square, vertical, a couple different vertical ones. So we'll go ahead and do the vertical one. And I like to mess around with this as well. Sometimes the motion can be a little bit jarring.
Sure.
I feel like that's a TikTok and Instagram trend, but I don't know, might not be. I guess I'm a little bit older, on the older crowd of that. But yeah, I like to actually do the slower motion, to each his own, but we'll go ahead and create that and you'll see what that does. It does actually create a new little bin for me as well, which is just nice to kind of keep that organized. I like it in bin, so I'm actually going to drag that right into my production folder that I have there just to keep it nice and clean. And then it also just creates it for me. Now, if we were to watch this down, you'll see that it's already kind of reframed. It really likes faces is what I've picked up. It has a really good job of tracking faces. Obviously if it's a wider frame, it's B-roll, something like that, you may have to make some adjustments, which I love to do as well. If there are issues with that, you go right up to the effects controls, and you'll notice that your motion is kind of blocked down, right? So it's already doing the automatic motion for you. But if there was an issue, you can go ahead and just turn that off. You can also turn it right back on too, which is awesome. I definitely had situations where I've turned that off, adjusted the motion in here, slid it around as needed, and then maybe I cut it and I'm like, oh, actually? Cut it here, and I'm like, oh, actually, I do want that back in here. So you can actually flip that back on, reanalyze it, and that same setting there can be applied. So slower motion, default, or faster motion. So it's clip specific. Right. So I love how it does the full sequence. Again, efficiency, time-wise, when we have these tight turnarounds, it allows us to get going and just kind of spit that out really quick. And then this allows us to really fine-tune that and get that going in a much better way.
Well, how much do you find yourself fine-tuning that? Or, how do you balance between what you want to fine-tune, what you need to fine-tune, and what you can't?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's always dependent on the content that's captured. Again, as we're being social first, we're trying to kind of give guidance to our camera operators to pull back a little bit, kind of keep that framing in mind a little bit for social. But it doesn't always happen. So yeah, you're going to have times where you can't fit everything in that tiny little vertical frame. Yeah. So yeah, I think 10% of the time you're probably reframing and kind of adjusting clip by clip and turning that automatic or disabling the auto reframe. But I will say again, faces seem to be a selling point on there. I feel like the AI does a really good job of picking up faces and tracking faces. So other things might be a little bit more limited. Sure. And again, just tighter shots are problematic too.
That makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so now you've got your frame, a little bit of a cut. What happens now?
Yeah, so there's obviously, exporting. Let's say that this is done and we wanted to export that. I'll set it just out point so I'm not exporting the entire thing. And actually, I'll trim up a little bit so it makes it look like we had more stuff. I'm not listening to it, so we're just going to have to assume that it's exactly what I want on there.
Right.
But yeah, so there's a couple different ways that you can utilize this. Back in our infrastructure, we're making sure that we have like 3 backups of everything essentially. And Frame actually helps us too. So everything that we're exporting is going to Frame, as well as going to our server, and then probably, one of our many hard drives that we have as well. So yeah, another post-production
right.
tactic, yeah.
So where does the kind of iterative review process come in?
Yeah, exactly. And I should mention, before we even got to the grounds and on Park City, we delivered about 200 assets, over 200 assets just for pre-show stuff. Wow. So essentially, if you're looking at a display on the mountain and it has motion to it, we probably created that. The screen washes before the films, any kind of digital displays. So we had a lot of content. Oh, and the online festival. If you get to see any of the online films, we have filmmaker intros and some of our content on YouTube that we've been producing. So that stuff completely is just like in a review phase. So actually, let me actually open up our frame again. I can actually show some of the things that we were working on. I don't think I have any comments in here because we've been obviously replacing them and getting them approved and things like that.
Right.
But this is a great place where when we're posting, we're sharing, we share frame links. And one thing that I'll slow down for a minute and take a step back. When we're creating a frame link, if you've never done this before, there's a lot of different capabilities that what you can do. You can have multiple pieces in there, so I could have 3 videos all at once and share, with you or our creative producer or our creative director. But also, let me just open this up really quick. Okay, we do have some comments on here, but again, like I was saying about the statuses, multiple different ways of communicating. So right away within here, I don't even have to look at that comment. I can see that this, needs a review, or somebody's waiting to review that. Kind of a give and take. We can use it from our side, and then also whoever is reviewing that can see, oh, I need to take a look at this and make some notes, make some comments, whatever.
Right, and then you guys kind of go back and forth. You can use Frame for that, and you can do you use the panel to go back and forth on that review process?
Oh yeah, definitely. So yeah, when I'm obviously taking those notes in, actually we'll kind of. I don't actually have the ones that I was talking about loaded up in here. I didn't plan for that one. But yes, absolutely. We're using those, the notes. We can actually import those comments right into the frame. Just like you're seeing these comments and these the markers in my timeline. Very similar process. So we're definitely using those. You can actually import them right in if they weren't showing up there right away. So yeah, a lot of great collaboration. And again, I don't have to like Slack anybody or text anybody or email somebody. I can actually see those right away.
Right.
And you can get email notifications and other factors so that you're getting timely responses.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I mean, especially with the pre-show stuff, when people aren't here on the mountain yet.
Yeah.
And in general, we're seeing obviously more remote work, people not necessarily working at a table sitting next to each other anymore, or less so, let's say. What you mentioned, the review links, what tools on Frame do you kind of see being really valuable to make those kind of processes more efficient and keep that communication live?
Yeah, well, I will say one thing that is kind of nice is from just a kind of a privacy concern. Obviously, like pre-show stuff, a lot of this stuff is kind of under wrapped. A lot of this films, can't be talking about it too much. So one thing that you can utilize is you can set passwords on all your frame links as well. So you can really lock that stuff down if you're worried about it getting out or leaking or something like that. So from a privacy level, love the ability to use that passcode or passcode or password on there.
Right.
And then one thing that I'll definitely mention, I'll actually open that frame link back up, is you can see not only the needs review, but you'll also see this V2 up in the corner on here. I feel like this is kind of a contentious point in Frame, this is called stacking for those of you who don't know, and I love stacking. It makes everything neat and clean. This is only 2 versions, so it's not that unruly, but you could imagine that if I had like 16 versions, 24 versions, whatever that number is, if it wasn't stacked, those would all be individual assets on here, which could be very unruly. Again, you can't be in post without being some sort of organizational nut. So having that be able to stack. And what's great about that when we're talking about the frame links is that frame link stays the same. So once I've shared that frame link with my creative producer or whoever I'm working with, I just stack that new video or that new version right on top. The frame link never changes. They still have access to it, whether it's in their tab, but it just automatically replaces with the updated newest version on there. So that is essential for what we're doing on here and just keeping everything nice and neat and clean. Again, when you're talking about 200 plus assets that you're managing, having this nice and neat and clear, not having a billion versions all in one folder or something like that, is crucial.
Right, and people will be able to tell what's what, and keeps that nice and clean. That's awesome. I'm a big fan of the version stacks myself. So.
Yeah, I feel like I've definitely had clients that don't like the version stacking. I guess because some of the notes kind of get hidden. But for those of you who don't like it, I'm going to open this up really quick just so I can show you, because I do get some people being like, wait, all the notes are gone. Like what happened to all the notes? Up in the top here, first off, this is kind of a newer feature as well to compare versions. Mm-hmm. This is awesome, especially when we've been doing a lot of like open captions on a lot of our stuff. So frame. Obviously, we don't have time to talk about Premiere and the text-based editing and stuff like that. But this is crucial. This is a clear way to show, hey, this is the first version and this is the second version. This is what the differences are. And I'll open it up just. This was a bad example because we didn't have any like crazy things, but we had like the volunteer video, some of the trailers that you see like before the films. Mm-hmm. We did like the open captions and some minor fine tuning on there. And again, you can just like see this is what it was, this is what it is, and it just gives you a clear indication of what that is. But yeah, I like that just because it's kind of new. I don't know how long it's been out, but it's really nice to have. But really what I wanted to point out is the little drop down here. So again, you don't lose any of the versions that you have. You have all of them in here, and you can always pull back a version and see those notes right on the side. So if there was any confusion of like, oh, where did I see that note? You just go back a version or check to see where that actually is. So I like to clear that up because I've had clients in the past that just don't like the stacking. So maybe it just requires a little bit of love, a little bit of communication.
Yeah, a little poking around a little bit.
Exactly, yeah.
And one of my other favorite features with the version stacks as well is you can reorder those versions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if you click on the version stack menu or the V2 up there, you can rearrange those, right? So if you decide, version 3 is actually what we want instead of version 5, you just move back up to the top.
Yeah, and one thing as well that I really like, so I'll click on the manage version stack. So yeah, you can obviously kind of flip-flop those around. And even more so, actually, I've been in some really interesting scenarios where like the frame link could not change. You know what I mean? Right. So like it's already been passed on to the higher ups or whoever, and we cannot have that frame link change by any means. So we were talking about these tabs at the top. There's a review link tab. This gets a little crazy actually. Like it's kind of confusing unless you really know what you're getting into. Let's see if they actually pop up for us. So every time you hit, actually let me pause for a second, back up, and actually show you how to create that link. Yeah, so let's say you're done, you've uploaded that right to Frame, and you can go ahead and click share for review, or share presentation. Now, as soon as I hit that, this link is created. So even if I've already passed that off to somebody, it's a new link from the person that already has it, which may or may not be a big deal, but do we want to make sure that that's clean? So one thing in terms of what you're talking about, version stacking, is you actually have the ability to kind of like remove files and kind of swap, add extra files as well. And then as I was just mentioning, and I kind of bringing back what I was saying earlier about the passphrase, that's what it's called, not passcode, close enough. You can turn that on, you can enable that to give you a little bit more protection. And then the other thing that is like crucial, something that I use all the time, is the allow downloads option on there. This is great, especially from a freelance standpoint, because you can actually kind of lock that down. They can't download that clip yet. They can only review it. They can watch it. So, if you're waiting for payment or something like that, you can kind of, hold off on that and say, oh, yeah. Right. Once I get paid, there we go. There's that allowed downloads.
Right. Or, so, you're talking about the pre-show stuff, the security element. You don't want that sitting on someone's thumb drive and then they lose it in the airport or whatever. So you've got that control to give people the right access that they need.
Yeah, and then I'll just point out the little the switch on the bottom too, which is super nice, the save settings. Instead of having to go in and set that passphrase or the allow downloads every single time, you could actually flip that and it'll retain that. So everyone will have the allow download from here on out, which is great. Again, it's not a big deal to go in there, but if you're talking about 200, 300 assets and you're going through individually to allow downloads, now we're talking about a time suck. So again, efficiency, easygoing, whatever's going to be the most efficient, and these are just some of those ways to do that.
Right. Okay, so you've put some versions up for people to review. You've got that feedback. You've gone back and forth, iterated, and we've got our final cut. You're ready to deliver.
Yep.
So what does that look like in Premiere? Sort of going back to what we were talking about with all the different kind of formats that you have to do: Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, right, YouTube.
Yeah. So I mean, we always kind of have the multiple versions kind of uploaded on frame. So we'll have the 1080p. Actually, I'll take a step back because a lot of our deliverables, as I was talking about the pre-show stuff as well, is getting played in theater. So we have. This is kind of a little bit more of a DCP / in theater thing, but there's a whole bunch of different very specific aspect ratios in theater. There's scope, flat, HD. That may not mean anything to some of our viewers, but essentially they're just smaller or just slightly different aspect ratios. So we have to account for that and spit out all those different versions. And there's, like I was saying, the review links, even though it says review link, I can use that same one and allow to download, and whoever is our person that's actually delivering that is then able to download that on their phone, on their computer. So for social and versus in theater and things like that, anything that's in theater, we're saving it to our servers and things like that. So we're going to download a file of it and save it to our folder so that our DCP team can compile that all together. Now, for our social team, though, essentially we've just been sending frame links, exported, completely completed, and we've been sharing frame links with our social team. And what's fantastic about that is they can actually just download that right from their phone. It drops right into their Photos app on their phone, and they can post right away. So it's a really easy way to do that. And I will flip that around, too. Our social team is also using that manually, too. So, if they've, did one of the red carpets or they shot some event, they literally can just manually select all those clips through Frame, upload those, and then we get access to them. So again, you don't have to have camera to cloud connection and all of these different partnerships and devices and equipment to get this working. You can just do a manual upload and save your time and just from plugging in your phone.
Yeah.
So it takes a long time. We obviously are grabbing the RAWs from these phones as well, and we had a time the other day just trying to import all of them directly from the phone. I won't get into the details on it, but literally Frame just allowed it to happen, and we were able to upload, download. It has a little bit of an extra step, but the timing of that was faster than actually plugging in and hardwiring that phone.
Right. So you're using a lot of your social teams using the native camera app, uploading through the Frame.io app directly. But of course, we also, Jamie mentioned this earlier, we have an integration with the Filmic Pro app, which has a connection directly to Frame. So again, just lots of tools. Whatever works best for you is the ideal, right? We want to centralize all of your assets. It's the main thing.
Yeah. And I failed to mention that I do have a folder up at the top here that's just outgoing. So as we're sharing different clips, again, we have a great partnership with Superbloom. So they might not be aware of all the content that we are having, and we have certain cuts of the panels, the Beyond Film stuff that's happening. So if they ask for a specific clip, this is where we're able to actually really communicate with that as well. So we have a couple different buckets or bins here where we're actually exporting, re-uploading to here so that they can just kind of pull those clips. And just for fun, I'll open up our social thing because we have just a whole bunch of content that we've just been cutting up. Some that are a little bit more heavily produced, and then other ones that are literally just one clip of a sound bite, and that's it.
Yeah.
But every one of these, it's huge. Obviously Sundance is big about accessibility. So one of the things that we've just been making sure is that all of our content has open captions on them. So we've been using the text-based editing within the Frame, creating those captions and burning them right in, as opposed to, obviously, some of our team members are actually cutting right on their phones too. You can imagine they're shooting, they're cutting, and they're adding those things within Instagram or CapCut, whatever they're using on there. But the majority of them, especially coming from our Canon cameras and the ones that are connected to camera to cloud, we are just taking little sound bites or making a little bit more produced content and putting it up right up here so that they can download it freely.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we're getting close to the end of the session here. So one of the questions I really want to ask you, and this is where I get really interested, is, we've talked about a lot of different tools sort of coming together. So you as an editor, as a technical person, and as a creative person, how do you look at all of these tools, all your options of tools, and find a synergy to make sure that it actually makes your workflow better and not more complicated?
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's a lot of plug and play, right? You have to try it. I'm huge on new technology. I love playing with new things, even if I end up finding that it doesn't work for my workflow, or I hate it. I just consider myself a lifelong learner. So if it's something new, if it's something that's related to video, I'm interested in it. I'm going to see, what it's all about. Right. So yeah, I think the biggest thing is really just getting in there, actually trying this out. And again, you don't need to have a big souped up cinema camera that's connected to camera to cloud. You don't need the Atmos things. Obviously, these things work for us, and it makes things a whole lot more efficient and our workflow just seamless. But like I said, manual uploads, just having access to Frame, and it's crucial. I've been using Frame for such a long time, and I don't think I would know all the in and outs of the review links and adding and removing things if I just wasn't put in those positions to make sure that it's doing it properly. So yeah, even if you're just using it just to upload and create a backup of your content and just have it accessible on your phone, there's so many options. You could just use 10% and not even know that 90% of the features in Frame are available to you, and that might work for your workflow.
Right. So the other thing is, too, talking a little bit more about you, is how do you kind of balance the your creative storytelling with the need to be efficient to get this content out? Because one of the things I find fascinating about the Sundance workflow and workflows like these is it's a little bit, there's a practical element to it, right? That you're serving a practical purpose, communicating about the festival to people who can't be here, or maybe people who are here and need to know what's going on. So how do you balance your creative storytelling with the need to get this stuff out there?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought that up. I had this Polaroid sitting here this whole time without mentioning it, but we have some little passion projects that we're working on. Obviously, there's been some idea. We know where certain events are happening here, so we know, vaguely who's going to be where, what events are kind of the top priority. So again, our production team is awesome. They've been managing the schedule. It's a crazy schedule, as you can imagine. We only have about 10 to 12 actual video cameras, but there's events happening all over the place. So it's really hard to kind of capture that. So scheduling obviously helps. Having some sort of game plan of what we're going to be posting is great, but a lot of the social stuff and a lot of the things that happen are in the moment. So it's really hard to plan and schedule for those things that you just don't know are happening. So that's where you just have to have a plan. We had a general idea of things that we wanted to cover in terms of the merch shop, things on Main, and just kind of focusing on various aspects. But for the most part, it's in the moment. You come up with an idea, we bring it up to our higher ups and say, hey, I have this idea, and I'll bring it back to the Polaroid. We found a stack of Polaroids from last year that didn't get used. So our mission this year was to use up every single Polaroid. So sometime this week, you'll actually see kind of a few of the ideas that we've been running with, and that's the fun part about it. We have some planned content, but we also have, especially from a social standpoint, things that are just going to happen in the moment that we just hey, what if we did this? And we just talk about it and we go, okay, yeah, that might work, let's try it out. And then we'll create it, we'll put it up on Frame, we'll review it, and then that's up to the social team to kind of post whenever it's right for their schedule. So that's been a really fun element this year, just being able to, obviously we have our daily recaps, we have everything that's kind of planned that's going out, but then we have this a lot of fun stuff that we're working on too.
Awesome, that's great. I'm checking the chat. I don't really see we have too many questions in the chat right now, but we've got a last few minutes here, so I think I'll just ask, as someone who produces a lot of different types of content, obviously Sundance isn't your job, it's only a short period of the year. What advice do you have for people who are trying to come up as a content creator or want to work on content? What advice do you have for them if they're trying to break into that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say just get out there, obviously start building your network and your Rolodex of creatives. If you want to work on films, find people that are also wanting to work on films. If you want to work on commercials, find those people that are working on commercials. Get advice. get your networking up, and if you don't have that, then start making things. Like again, you don't have to have a cinema camera, especially like every iPhone now is getting closer and closer to like cinema quality. So and again, when we're talking about social too, you don't need that best quality camera to be able to do everything. So if you don't have the infrastructure, if you don't have the technology, if you don't have the means to be able to create this content, use your phone. Borrow somebody's phone. Start creating it. Start editing it. And the only way that you're really going to get into there is if you start getting hands-on with stuff.
Right.
So I would just say build up your Rolodex of creatives and help out. If you help other filmmakers, they're more willing to probably help you out as well.
Yeah, that's funny. So I had advice from one of my film teachers in college, and it's the number one thing I took away from school was like people want to work with their friends.
Yeah.
So make friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you and like everybody wants to work on. You can't make anything in this creative world without some sort of collaboration.
Yeah.
So having people that have the same interest, have the same passion is really going to allow you to kind of springboard forward on certain projects that you're working on. And again, if you're not, just go solo. Shoot some B-roll. Show some stock footage. Get it up on somewhere. There's so many different outlets that you can do without being completely, fully creative. You don't have to be working on a movie to be creating a lot of content and just getting your hands full of all the different things. So I just get out there, get doing things, create things.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks, Jamie, for coming. I really, really appreciate it. This was a great chat. Hopefully, viewers found some really cool advice in there, and I think the workflow is really neat, so thank you for explaining that. We've got a lot more content today, so stay tuned. There's a few more sessions later on today, so thanks, everyone, for watching.
Thank you.
are ready to get a little rock and roll on the live today. My name is Megan Keene. I am from the Pro Video team at Adobe, and I am joined with good friends and old-time collaborators, Andy and David Timoner, of the film that is playing here in the 40th celebration section at Sundance, Dig Double X. Before we even get started, I think just to ground everyone in what we're talking about, why I introduced it is everybody needs to be ready for some rock and roll vibes here. Let's show the trailer before we get started.
That's a great idea.
That's a good start.
Fascinating.
This song is for Andy and her brother Dave. They're making a movie about how stupid people are and how beautiful they are at the same time.
1995. This is the year I met Anton Newcomb and his band, the Brian Jonestown Massacre.
Tell me right now you've never ever heard the Dandy Warhols.
On. The freeze frame's on me. You're not the only one who gets to tell this story.
This is you.
I'm not for sale.
You can't be that fucking naive. I'm gonna sue the fucking shit out of him. When you sign with a major label, they always tell you things like we're into careers, not hits. Yet if you don't produce a hit, they don't really give a about your career, you know?
We're gonna get the biggest record deal in history because we're smart.
Right on, brother. Anton and Courtney, love-hate relationship, I guess.
I don't like being robbed from. Oh, gee, you got like a pack of junkies on the road, not eating much, drinking a lot. Is anybody gonna get grumpy and irritable and start fighting with each other?
Is that blood on you?
Yeah.
From where?
From
Your
people's
hand?
faces. No, probably not.
I'll kick your head in. You burn in hell for pretending to be God and not being able to back it up.
Tell him to wear white and come when I call.
He's stalking us now. I'll not have him anywhere near me again. I'll still buy their albums though.
This was everywhere.
I hate you, Anton. And like Frankenstein rising from the lab table comes my new ID. Typos and all.
Wait for it! I guess I just really love the potential. It's just very sad.
Despite the fact that all your friends are retarded and you're considered insane, you can do whatever the fuck you want if you don't give up.
The Brian Jonestown massacre just erupted into absolute chaos.
So that's what this movie's gonna show. If you don't fuck it up.
All right, so that's given everybody a taste of what we're going to dig into here, pun intended. So why don't you guys start off by introducing yourselves to the audience, give a little bit of a background, and kind of how did Dig Double X become? Yeah.
So it's the 20th anniversary edition. It was 20 years ago that we won the grand jury prize, and it was like crazy. The laminates back then had Dig, and people would like pull us off the sidewalks well before that because it was like such a hit film here. And so we were like, you know, over the years, fans have been like, would you please like do another Dig, like go back on, film the band some more, and we're like, no, like we can't do that. But the tapes weren't getting any younger. It was 27 years. Some of these tapes are 27 years old, and that. We're not going to get into how old I am. So we looked at each other and we're like, it's now or never. Yep. And I said, well, I cut the first one. If you're willing to cut this one, then let's do it.
Yeah.
And then the child that he was pregnant with, basically, when Dig was like, you know, in its last years of being edited, is standing right off camera. Yeah. He's 24 now in 2024. And yeah, and he came and worked through the archives, as did another young man named Zach White. Like, and we would just be like, what can we give people that they have never seen? Yeah. And for people that have never seen this, let's fold it in so that it's seamless and it's a brand new film. Yeah. And then, like, we put 40 more minutes in of really carefully selected parts for context and like stuff that's just even crazier than what was in the original, if you can believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then we were like, oh my God, we can't just do like an extended version. That would be boring. Let's reimagine the whole thing, and let's collaborate with Joel Guion of the Brian Jonestown Massacre, who is by far the funniest in the first. Yeah, he's hilarious.
A comic genius.
He's a genius, and he's coming out with a book called In the Jingle Jungle.
February 29th.
And so he said yes, and we got on these Zooms, and we just had the best time writing a narration together.
Yeah.
And that we were able, thanks to him, to bring the tale up to today. So the last 10 minutes are just like insane.
2023, 2024, and it's like, yes, it goes to 11.
It's a very satisfying
It really goes to 11
ending.
at the end. Yeah.
So before we jump into like present day, I'd love to just take a step back and talk a little bit about what inspired you all to make Dig the first time around. You know, what was going on in your lives?
Yeah,
what was
we
going
just
on?
graduated from college. We didn't have mortgages, so we could jump into the van with a bunch of crazy bands. But talk about art and commerce and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, and all that. So we were at Yale together, and Yale had no production facilities back then. It was the mid-'90s. Nobody watched documentaries. They were like considered like history books
PBS.
or eating spinach, like too good to be entertaining. And so we had made one of those films, one of those like typical documentaries in college, but it was about a woman in prison in Connecticut, and we were trying to hopefully get her out of prison by exposing the huge miscarriage of justice of Bonnie Jean Forshaw, and it was called The Nature of the Beast. And we won a bunch of awards, but it went on PBS and nobody watched. And so we went out to LA to try to turn it into a movie or a movie of the week. And it started getting totally distorted by like agents and talent.
The system.
And I thought, can we maintain our integrity as artists and reach a mass audience? That was like the question I had. And I was like, what happens when art and commerce collide? How can I figure this out? How can I answer this burning question? And so what we did was we started with 10 bands. David graduated. He's a little younger. Don't know if you can tell. A baby face. But it took a minute for him to come out. We founded Interloper Films together. And then we just started filming bands. And so we were filming all these bands in LA, and then we heard the music of the Brian Jonestown Massacre, and I was like, I thought they were some band from the 60s that I'd missed, but they were like alive and well, and they were in San Francisco, and every label was trying to sign them, and so we were like, well, let's go meet them. So the film starts with us like shaking hands with Anton Newcomb of the Brian Jonestown Massacre on his birthday, August 29th, 1996. And that was the beginning of that was basically our entire 20s was doing this film. 7 years, 2,500 hours of footage. He said, I'm going to take over your documentary. And we had filmed the first ever concert of theirs the night before, the Viper Room, which if you know Dig, you know was a disaster. Yeah. And he had beaten up beautiful disaster. But he had beaten up the guitar player. So he's like, I'm taking over your documentary. Forget about those other bands. And I was like, you know, you might or you might not, but I'm not going to argue about that. I'll just do what you say. He's like, go meet the Dandy Warhols. We're going to have a revolution in the music business. And I thought, wow, Brian Jonestown Massacre, Dandy Warhols, like those are some crazy names, right? So we went up to Portland. He lied to them, said I was some journalist from Spin Magazine. And I swear to God, they bought it. And I went up there and they're in the studio finishing their first album for Capitol Records. And I'm like, oh my God, like we actually could look at the collision of art and commerce with these two bands. And Courtney says to me, the lead singer, he goes, I sneeze and hits come out. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, like, come on.
These two characters.
And Anton's like, I'm the letter writer and they're the postman. Record companies are mafia. And I'm thinking like, these bands in LA are like cowering in the shadows of the industry. And these two bands do not care what they're saying, whatever they need to say. And we could actually, and within 6 months, he did take over the documentary. And that's how it happened. Yeah. And we got our question answered. We almost made a series for MTV. We almost sold it out because we had no money. Like the bands were these tiny bands. And someone said in a press interview yesterday, like, you know, bands don't usually get documented at this phase, right?
Early stage.
This in depth. And so I think that's part of what. Because who cares? Right. Because nobody cares. Nobody's going to pay for it. We were just paying for it by doing like music videos and EPKs. And so it finally like comes down to, you know, the punch. You know, it's the end. We finally get investment. And it's Kerry Woods who produced Gummo. And we're like, and then Anton shows up all in white, surrounded by 7 women in white, and threatens his life. And so we lose our investment. So we're like, okay, let's do an MTV series. Thankfully, too many curse words and too many cigarettes.
Yeah.
And so we
Way
didn't
too
do
dark
that.
for
And we came to
empathy.
Sundance with the film intact, no notes, no changes, and we reached a mass audience. And that was the answer to our question. Yes, you can maintain your integrity and
But
reach a
it's
mass
really
audience,
hard.
but it's really hard, and
It's
you might
really
get
hard.
arrested along the way.
Well, I mean, truly, Dig was one of the first times that you actually see behind the scenes of rock and roll in such a raw, gritty, real way, and it's long been lauded as sort of this. It's been a cult classic since 20 years ago when it came out, because it showed this really like real, lasting impact of like what is happening below these shiny stars of indie music that come out. How do you two feel about that impact that it's had sort of on music and how music is perceived, but also rock documentaries?
It's an honor.
It's an honor. I love it. I mean, I'm just proud of it. And it only could happen because we were young and could just throw ourselves into it, because there was no obvious profit situation at the beginning,
I mean, Dave Grohl called me the other day. It was so surreal. And he's like, "Is it you?" And he's like, "I told everybody who I was talking to today," and everybody was like, "No way." And he's like, "You don't understand. Your movie's on every tour bus, every band, every musician has watched this film like countless times, And we've read like some journalists who say that, or Jonah Hill, or like, these people who's like, we became artists because we watched your film.
Right.
Or like it helped us, One of our co-producer, Kira, like she was making her first ever music film, and she's like, "Let me watch Dig," and then it gave her the license to like go forward and do that film. It's like, so that's beautiful because it's super DIY. It's like every format you can imagine, which is why we ended up really needing Adobe, because
Nice
it's
segue.
like, but it's true
though.
because it's like 8mm. It's like by 8mm, I don't even mean film. I mean like a video format you've never heard
It's
of.
like
even,
it's like resolution that no one in 2024 is used to, and
you can't blow it up.
Yeah,
I mean, we
let's-
can't go show that right now. Like it's like, but it's 8mm, high 8, which Avid couldn't read. We had to transfer it all to beta, to even get it into the system back then.
Mini DV.
Mini DV. The tape log is insane. I mean, it's like literally, thank God the camera got stolen and I had to upgrade to mini DV. I was crying at the Troubadour because somebody stole it from Dandy Warhol's show, and I was like, no, because we had no money. But bought a new camera, and thank God.
Yeah.
And there's like 600 hours of just beautiful DV.
Well,
and then we're shooting film the whole time, So, but it's stitched together in this way that's super, you just see these kids just doing it for the sake of, and I think that is part of why people love it so much.
And it's really a story of just like, the story is way more important than the image quality. Like the story comes through.
Yeah.
You can't write that dialogue.
Right.
Like those people are unbelievable.
I mean, I feel like the lo-fi quality of the film is sort of part of what makes it feel so real.
It's real, yeah.
So and it gets higher and higher quality as they grow,
So I'd love to talk a little bit about that, like revisiting all of this footage, going back into the archive. Like, where did you even start? Because there's an additional 40 minutes in Dig Double X you added of unseen scenes that were both original footage shot back, 27 years ago.
So,
and some new stuff. How did you approach that?
So we started with, actually this drive, you can't see it, but there's a drive here that's plugged into this computer, and it's actually called the Dig 5-hour cut. Because
Showa of rock.
Before Andy edited Dig, the original Dig, down to 90 minutes, 100 minutes?
Never.
100 minutes.
It was
100
never.
Minutes. It was 100 minutes, right? 104? Something, whatever. She had a 5-hour cut. And so it was sort of like the string out of everything that we thought was, going to be in the film or could be in the film. So we took that, and we took the original Dig and sort of chopped the pieces on top, on a layer, on a timeline. And so we could see what we used, what scenes we could expand, what scenes we had longer of, and then what scenes we just didn't use.
Then we sat down
and we
at
watched
my house,
all the extra
and we watched
stuff.
all of it.
All the stuff that wasn't in Dig.
And we were like, oh my God. Like I had not seen since my 20s. Like I had not realized all that we got into at that point. And that I'm still alive is amazing. So it was like, and the bands are still alive. Like that's the whole thing is insane. So we watched that and we're like, the bar was context. What is going to give context around this? And then the period, like, the Gilmore Girls spoofed the Viper Room word for word because Amy Sherman Palladino became a huge fan, and they flew Joel down to play himself.
Yeah, Joel plays himself. It's
yeah,
hilarious.
and so the fact that he's narrating, he could be like, "Oh, the embarrassing party video we can't,
like get away from."
Yeah, and then we cut to the Gilmore Girls, because you can just do that. You can show like the impact that Dig had on culture, but 5-hour cut was first. Then we're like. Then we got the kids, the next gen.
Yeah, then we were like,
to start digging in the archive.
Okay, that looks interesting. This little world, like, Japan.
But what else happened?
What happened in Japan? Or like, this fake ID scene. Like, somebody like pull all that footage. So it's sort of just like we just sent the kids in. They pulled a bunch of stuff. They started shuttling fudge over to me. I started roughing it out.
Super haphazard.
Yeah, it was very haphazard because
there's no time code.
Well, no, because none of Adobe nor Avid can read the time code from back then. So we had to go use another third-party program.
There's no up-resing Dig Double X X. Do you know what I mean? Like Dig Double X is here, and this is what it is.
yeah.
But yeah, no, we found like balancing the scales too. Like we found truths in talking with Joel, and we found truths that we knew we had that we never put in. Like Eric Hedford, totally. Countering Courtney's claims that he wrote all the songs and recorded everything, and
or that he
Eric's
gave 50%
like sorry,
of his,
and that he gave us publishing. He's like, no, I didn't receive that money. Like stuff like that, or like Joel's like, well, we were looking at the shark bite on Anton's side,
on Matt's side,
that Anton bit him, and. We're like, oh my God, and he's like, well, Matt was wielding a knife at the time.
Oh, jeez.
And we're like, oh my God, we should freeze on that and
explain
put that in. Explain. There's two sides to this story.
Yeah, Anton, he did bite him, but he was being threatened with a knife. I mean,
or there's
slightly justified.
So Anton goes crazy at one point, as we all know, and we don't know because you haven't seen it, but you can see from the trailer that he went crazy.
Yeah, you can see that.
And when he went really crazy, that's when they got their record deal. So they didn't want to lose the record deal, so they had to fly Joel to New York to get the record deal.
Yeah.
And they had to not admit to the record company who had booked the ticket.
The ticket was booked in Anton's name.
And they made a fake ID in our living room.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Stop.
Typos and all.
Yeah.
It said licensed and boned on the fucking ID.
It was a typo. It was supposed to be licensed and bonded.
Using a Polaroid camera, and he got through.
Pre-9/11.
There was no TSA.
Pre-9/11, you could travel.
It was unbelievable. And I traveled with
most
him.
gnarly fake ID ever.
And my wife, who's an amazing composer, has scored my last 4 movies. She scored Dig Double X. Morgan Doctor is her name, and she wrote this gorgeous bossa nova tune for when he's like in the airplane. Like he takes his first ever plane ride, and it
was his first plane ride ever. Also,
yeah, it's 26 years old.
So there's a funny question in the chat.
Oh, cool.
It's funny for the
to
three
you?
of us because it says,
I love that.
Is the girl in the red with the red hat from Adobe? Yes, I am. I work at Adobe now, but I actually worked with Andy and David for many years just after Dig played here at the Sundance Film Festival. Back in my past life, so we also have just a long-standing friendship.
The thing about Interloper Films is, once you're in, you're a lifer. You're never out.
That's amazing. It's like the mafia.
It's like going to the army of film, right? Don't you think it's like boot camp or something?
Yeah. Then you have all your badges.
Yeah.
Your wounds.
Yeah. And then you can run Adobe.
Sort of. So we are going to dive a little bit more into the more techie background of Dig Double X. But Andy, I'd love, before we ask Tristen to come in from the sound team, I'd love to just have you give some inspiration. What is your advice for, I'm sure there's a lot of aspiring filmmakers on the stream today that would love to hear, like, what advice both of you have for if they're wanting to get into filmmaking?
I mean, first of all, today is a very different time than when we were making Dig. Like, now it's affordable and you can really get out there and just do it. And I was always just doing it. And the reason I think I went into documentary is because I couldn't stand on the street in Hollywood and be like, here's my script, you know what I mean? And I am a scripted filmmaker too, and a storyteller of all kinds, but docs, you can just go do it. And so do it, but choose something where you have a question that you're burning to answer, something that you're going to be interested in for at least 2 years. You might be in for 2, you might be in for 10 if you're me, or like me, and you need tenacity. You need to be able to like hang in there, and you need to believe in it when no one else believes in it. That doesn't matter. Like, nobody believed in this, nobody cared, and then everybody cared, you know? And so, like, this is a good example of just, you know, hang in there and learn to edit, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Learn to edit. Do not try to direct without knowing how to edit. You will be so sad because you'll be sitting there being like, no, oh, one more frame. Like, and then the editor's insulted. Just, you know, work with editors, get it as far as you can, and then edit yourself and take the project home.
Yes, editing, but I feel like truly in documentary, you need to know a little bit of everything.
Just learn how to do it all. Yeah.
If you're, you know, sound recordist drinks too much the night before and you need to hold the boom, like you need to know how to point that thing. Like,
and sound is the most important thing. That's another tip for you guys. Like, get the sound right.
True.
Like, Gigantic Studios did the best job with this mix. They brought sound and voices and used Adobe technology to actually like enhance the voices, and I mean it's a whole
bits
new
of dialogue that I've never even heard before.
Yeah,
like 20 years.
It's like an excavation.
Years. Like,
yeah.
So true.
It's so true. But we always did have a microphone on our camera, even if we were running and gunning. Even if I was in a tour bus on like no sleep, and they're being arrested again, like what happened, we always had a microphone on the camera, and you know we often didn't have lav mics because we were kids, you know. But sound is the most important thing. Like, make sure you capture the sound.
Well, audiences forgive bad visuals.
Yeah, but if you can't hear it,
but you can always go back and add
visuals.
You can animate. You can do, you know, you can figure it out, right? You can reenact. You can't get the sound of when somebody's first telling you what they're telling you, or they're going through that thing.
Yeah, and the emotion in their voice, you know. It's true.
Yeah. So that's some advice. I have plenty more if you want.
Yeah. What about you, Dave?
I would just say, you know, really just find a subject that you love and that that sustains you, that you would enjoy working with, whether or not there's any kind of external reward, because that will sustain you. Like I'm lucky enough that we made Dig. I was laughing hard through cutting this 27 years, 20 years later. So if you can find something that makes you laugh, that keeps you smiling, and it doesn't matter whether or not Dave Grohl has seen it and cares, or anybody, you know, just like
but
that'll
also
keep
not
you going.
like it doesn't have to make you laugh. Like it could be, you
Or
know,
make you
I'm
cry,
making a film right now
but
about
makes you feel something.
the only hospice for the homeless in the country, which is called the In Between, and it's here in Salt Lake, and it is such miracles are happening there because people are being treated like human beings, and it is so compelling. And every time I go there, my life is so enriched from knowing these people and getting to understand homelessness from a different perspective. And like our film Last Flight Home about my film Last Flight Home about our father. He's a subject in the film, which he didn't know was going to happen.
No, that was
our whole family had no idea I was making a film, including me. But I mean, that film has like healed so many people and changed our lives forever and kept our mom alive after Dad's death. And like, this is the gift of filmmaking. If you can find something that really matters to you, chances are it's going to matter to a lot of other people, and it's going to be a gift that you give, but it's also going to be a gift that comes back to you. So just hang in there, you know, and learn everything.
I want to say one more thing about like knowing how to do everything. It's okay if you don't know how to do it. Just do it, and very quickly you'll find out how to do it. We were making Dig. We screwed up a lot. Like, that was how we learned how to make Dig. I call it our film school in the wild. Like, that's what you do. Just start doing it.
You guys,
you know,
I have to tell you this. It's been a lot of fun working with my brother again, and I drove him like a little bit crazy.
That's all right.
He was. I heard a compliment through our mother, because she's like the talking one, and that she tells all of us the gossip of the family. And he told her that like I always have I point out all the problems, but I always have the solution, and that's really cool. But then I also drive him crazy because then we do like 5 more solutions on top of that solution.
She's always like, here's the note, I do it. And she's like, okay, that's good. And then 5 more.
Now change it.
I just have one note with 15 parts, you know.
And same thing for Gigantic. Like, I probably drove Tristen insane.
No, but it's good.
But that's the thing. You can always make something better. And at some point, you just, like, thanks to Sundance, we had to make our peace with it.
Sometimes you have to stop.
I was pregnant the first time. I was like about to give birth.
Now
and
your
so
son's in college.
Yeah. But I mean, try to make everything as good as you can, you know. And the funny thing was, what I was going to say about our like imperfections as kids is, I would say, what is that thing in the corner? And David would say, that was in the original Dig.
Yeah.
And I was like, so?
Yeah.
Like, this is Dig XX. Like, let's make it better.
I
we were 20. I liked dissolves back then.
Yeah.
She really hates
dissolves. Yeah.
So I'm like, take that dissolve out, you know? And he's like, oh God.
We don't have, now I don't have the source material. And I have to call like the archive people, Eli, Zach.
And then also
find a
we had to
source shot.
up-res it.
Yeah.
You know, we up-resed all of it
Yeah.
with AI.
Yeah, yeah.
And AI kept making it too clean. So then we had to like degrain it. And like it was frame by frame by frame. So it was really actually not a smooth and easy road to get here.
I wanted to go actually back to one thing that you were saying about just finding stories that you feel a personal connection to, like on a human level, because I think that that's such a key to strong documentaries, is that there's the overarching, like this is what it's about, but it's the human condition piece that makes it resonate with people, that makes people be able to sort of connect their own lives and experiences to the stories that are being told. And I feel like that's what you do such a wonderful job of in all of your stories, is like, even though you may not have a parent who's, you know, dying, or you may not know rock stars, or you know that there's that human condition that pulls people in.
You know, Megan, it was like really interesting because I couldn't finish Dig because I was upset with Anton because of the way he was treating his band members, and I was sad. We were both heartbroken at all of the opportunities he was destroying for himself and the band. And so I was so frustrated, and now I'm pregnant and he's screaming, and I'm like, you know, I was like, I didn't even know I was pregnant. I was sitting there editing, and David walks in one day, and I'm like, my breasts are burning. Like, why are my breasts burning? And he's like, have you had a pregnancy test? And I'm like, no. Could that be what it is? So I went, next thing I know, I have like this 9-month deadline. And when I won Sundance, I thanked my son for the deadline I couldn't push, you know?
Yeah.
But why I couldn't finish it was because I was angry with Anton. And I was like, you know, this is why nobody's going to relate to this main character unless you actually, and you have to get people to have compassion and love.
Yep.
I can't finish a film, I learned at that point, without having love for my character. So with him, I just had to like dig really deep and actually put, you know, the story of his mother and how he was raised, and his father who committed suicide on his birthday, you know? Like I had interviews with them, and I moved that into the first 20 minutes so that the audience could understand why he was so pained and why he was so aggressive and angry, you know, himself. And then also the other thing we had to do is like, here's this great musician, and you're going to want to see this movie because he's absolutely genius, you know, and I had to prove that to the audience right up front. So it's that kind of thing, like how you open your film in that first 10 minutes or 20 minutes is so important. But also you really need to like figure out what is the human side, you know, and like what is the most relatable aspects that we all have, you know? Like all of us are fighting, like in Dig, all of us are trying our best to like make something in our lives, to have our lives matter somehow, you know, to have a revolution. All of us are frustrated as
with
artists with the system. None of us get out without, get a film out there and that doesn't get compromised and stuff. Like most of the time there's some compromises that have to be made. And it's like watching this, you know, you can feel like you're not alone.
Yeah, I think that's why this is probably such a resonant film for so many people watching the live today, because really the people who love Adobe, who watch our lives, are creatives. And that question of like, how do I balance my creative and like making a living, or you know, feeding my family?
I haven't figured work-life balance. We're not going to give advice on that.
So
he knows better.
It's all
he
work
goes
and it's
to
all
Pilates.
life for her.
He does Pilates.
I recommend it. It's a wonderful thing. If you're in Altadena, I can recommend a really great Pilates studio. Okay.
So
I walk the dog.
We're going to dive a little bit more into the deep geeky tech of things.
Okay.
And I think, Andi, you're going to
is where I
swap
go.
you out with Tristen Bayless from Gigantic Studios.
Hi, Andi.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
Tristen Bayless from Gigantic Studios is going to join us, who they were the audio team who owned the sound mix for Dig Double X.
Huge.
Yeah, so we're going to talk through the editing, the editorial, we're going to talk through sound.
Do we know what the password is here for this one? Oh, yeah.
So welcome.
Hey, good to meet you. How's it going?
Great. So why don't we start off just by, Tristen, can you introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about Gigantic and how you got involved in Dig Double X.
Okay, so I'm Tristen Bayless. I've been with Gigantic Studios for about 10 years now. I'm a supervising sound editor, re-recording mixer there. So Gigantic is a boutique studio in the heart of New York. It's a really, really beautiful space. So we have beautiful big Atmos mix stages, but it's all, you know, it's family owned. So it's just like, it's a brilliant vibe. We get to, you know, Andi, Tim and I is like friends of the family for years and years. And I think that kind of that shows that's the kind of vibe we want to create. We're a filmmaker studio for filmmakers.
Yeah,
and,
and you guys just came in and like just made this thing sound so amazing. It was incredible. Yeah, like it's been great working with you guys, because I know Dig's a messy project. You can imagine there's a lot.
It was pretty noisy in some bits, but I mean, I can't imagine chasing the Brian James massacre around, getting verite footage and being like, let's make the sound good.
Really clean. Yeah, totally.
While you're like chasing around a warehouse.
What's amazing though, 20 years ago we had a mix, and we had professional people take the noise out, and then what you guys have done is like 10 times better than that. I mean, it's a testament to the technology, really.
Yeah, the technology
and to your skills.
The technology is really, really impressive.
Yeah, so David, let's start off with editorial. So obviously it's been 20 years since the original Dig was edited.
Mm-hmm.
How has technology sort of changed? What tools did you have at your disposal that you guys didn't have back then?
Well, so the biggest thing was in bringing Dig back, we had to upscale it. So, back then I guess we made a ProRes output at standard def, and then I believe we telecined it. We made a 35 millimeter print. Like that was what you did, and it looked okay. When we still have that print, it looks pretty cool. We showed it recently, but our source footage was super crappy low res, right?
Yeah.
So this time we employed AI technology, Topaz AI, to upscale it. So basically, we cut it all in offline, and then we had this amazing person, Franny Lane, who came to our rescue. She just basically upscaled the entire film for us. But and she was in Virginia. We were in LA, sending stuff back and forth over Google, and then at that point we start bringing her footage into Avid. We were in Avid at that point because the original Dig 5-hour cut was in Avid, and I started trying to import into Avid, and it was taking forever. And I was like, all the Avid people out there, I know you'd be like, oh, you should AMA it. I didn't have an assistant. I didn't have a post supervisor. I was all of that, and I didn't know how to do that. So I was just like, wait, I know Premiere. Franny was like, just use Premiere. I was like, oh my God, I know Premiere. I'll totally do that. And I just like drag and drop. Boom, so easy.
Wow.
Yeah. So I just started using Premiere, and like we shifted halfway through. It made things more complicated for the mix and stuff because like my original mix was in Avid, and then the later mix for the end was in Premiere, but it all worked. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And so, as you opened your timeline.
Yeah, I opened my timeline. So for all the people who are into timelines,
anybody who wants to see what a feature film timeline looks like, it's super basic.
It's
really
basic.
Minimal edits.
Basically, there's this is basically
only 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh wait,
25.
there we go. We're jumping around a bit on it. Yeah, it's 2 hours and 25 minutes, and you can see the different layers here. Actually, this isn't our exact final version. This is like a almost final version. So we have our graphics up here on the top layer, and then down below is just like our cut up kind of first color pass. So the different those are the different layers right there.
And then how did using Premiere, like you said that you brought in the original.
Yeah.
But then as you started to incorporate, organization and integrating newer, new footage that's recently captured, also some of the archive stuff.
Yeah, that was so great about Premiere is being able to cut in the native resolution. Like that was one thing I hadn't. Again, I come from like the reality TV kind of pampered world where I have like an army of assists, and I just say they just say here's your project and it's all organized, and I had to do it all myself, and so I never have to sit through the whole ingest process, and Premiere just makes it so easy because you can just drag and drop and organize it, and basically your folders, in your media drive can just be dragged in, and then that's how they're organized in the project. So it was really great. And then also towards the end of the film, you may have seen in the trailer, there's this graphic that I'm not by no means an After Effects whiz at all, but I love how kind of user friendly Adobe is. I just go onto YouTube and I want to make a graphic that with the numbers rolling up, and I very quickly found someone on YouTube who showed me how to do it, and I just built that graphic. And then the first time I built it, I was like, oh wait, I want it to be this year, or I want to change the font, and it's so cool that the way After Effects and Premiere, are just like you update it in After Effects, and then Premiere just grabs the updated file, and it's just like so seamless. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
Yeah, so it was great.
And this was your first time really working for
Yeah.
a long period of time
Yes.
in Premiere Pro.
Yeah, basically.
How did you find it?
I found it great. I mean, there's definitely like a learning curve. There's certain things. I feel like there's certain like Avid. You can't you can really screw things up in Premiere, but thank goodness for Control Z. I mean, you can delete stuff if you don't know that like certain clips are highlighted when you press delete, or you know. But yeah, so I definitely like had my challenges at times, but
how
you know,
long
that's how
was
you
the
learn.
learning curve? Like how
I feel
long
like
before
it's
you felt kind of
I
comfortable?
felt like it's about a week, you know. I mean, but even still, it's like I feel like you have to make the same mistake probably like 20 times before you actually gets like hardwired into your brain. So like even up until like last week when I was cutting the trailer, I was like, I just cut the trailer. I cut the trailer like 3 days ago actually. But yeah, and I have to tell you,
I was doing the audio on Tuesday morning at 3 a.m.
Yes. Oh my gosh, right before you got on your flight.
Classic Sundance.
It's so funny because I feel like people think Sundance and they say, oh, it's so glamorous.
No.
Oh, it's so.
No,
like,
no,
I
it's so
remember I was
prepped
saying to
once
Anya
ahead.
the other night,
Yeah.
like, we live in public. I remember we were all like sleeping on the floor and on the couches.
Yeah,
and the cabin.
no, and that's the thing we were talking about is that it completely screws your holidays because it's like, oh my God, in early December, everyone's like Christmas shopping. Oh, we got into Sundance. Drop everything. There goes that trip we were gonna take. Chain me to the computer for the next 3 weeks.
Everyone's getting cash this year.
But it sounds like, I mean, you say it was like a week learning curve, but it sounds like you were also kind of like building the plane as you were flying it, like you were learning to use Premiere as you were cutting the film.
Absolutely, I feel like that's the way the film was made. We were building plane as we were flying it when we were making the film. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, I think you have to keep learning and stay in that. First of all, I think the Adobe world is so vast with all the different apps, and like I know nothing about After Effects, but I want to know After Effects. Like I love the things you can do. So like I think it's really.
And you started dipping your toe in.
And I think it keeps like it keeps your brain young to keep having to keep fire. You know, get more information. You know, start making new neural pathways or something. I don't know. Yeah.
And then Tristen, you guys were brought in to do this sound mix, but also we're having to address some of this like archival audio.
Yeah.
So talk us through your workflows.
I mean, so the archival audio is sort of inherently quite noisy. It's verite, it's 25-year-old footage. So we kind of had, there's a lot of noise problems there. So we would export to the beta version of Adobe Podcast, which is originally, it's a podcast tool, but we kind of figured out that actually it works quite well for verite dialogue. And I've got some examples sort of over here.
Yeah, so
of
you
how
guys
we
were
would use
using enhanced speech.
Enhanced speech, which I think is now in Adobe. But
they were actually, it's funny because a lot of their workflows are now in Premiere.
Yeah.
I know. And he's like, now what are they going to do? They're not going to need a mixer. No, we still need a mixer.
Yeah, no, I just went downstairs and one of these sort of tricks I'm going to show you. They've got him a new beta version. I was just like, you've just made what I'm talking about completely moot. But anyway, cheers. But no, I mean, it's still, there's a lot of EQing, there's a lot of
of course.
stuff. But anyway, okay, so the first thing what I would do is sort of AI layering. Okay, cool, it's up there. So as you see, like all these.
Can we zoom in on it at all?
Yeah. No, it's not zooming.
No zooming.
Let me see. Hold on. Does it zoom like that? Oh, there we go. That was
okay.
Here, let me make it bigger.
Okay, cool. So this yellow one at the top, this is Adobe Speech Enhance.
Enhanced speech.
Sorry, enhanced speech. My bad.
Trademark.
And the sort of the middle section you see here is the original audio, and as you can see, it's so noisy you can barely even see the waveforms of the speech.
Crazy.
So it's like it was usable, but certainly when you put it in a theater, it just becomes.
I mean, when you look at it visually like that, it's like there's nothing in there. Is what it looks like.
Honestly,
it's pretty wild.
It looks like it's like white noise.
I'm telling you, like,
I
saw it for the first time in the theater Friday night in Salt Lake City, and like. I'm hearing things I've never heard before. Not just they're not the primary dialogue; it's sort of background, but they're germane to the scene and they make the scene better. and it's stuff that was there, but I have never heard it before.
That's
like
crazy.
I haven't since from the day we filmed it.
Wow.
It was there. It's like that's what's so crazy to me. It's like it was like invisible ink, and you like
I mean,
revealed
especially
it. Yeah.
you know in documentary where you know you don't want to do ADR. You can't do ADR. I mean, ethically, you're not going to be doing ADR in documentary.
Right.
You know, it's a fantastic way to be able to save audio. So yeah, this is kind of a sort of classic technique. Would be like layering in with the original audio, and then you can sort of choose between, because the thing is with these tools is they are great, but they're almost too good.
Yeah.
And it's like you're cleaning. But the thing with Verite, especially for like a documentary like Dig, is you want it to feel gritty. Like that's where the heart is of the piece.
The rawness.
So you don't want to like kill that vibe.
But you want to be able to hear what they're saying.
But you want to be able to hear what they're saying, which is always pretty handy.
Right. So you sort of leave a little bit of
and you know, like modern documentary, like people want to hear every word. I don't know why. It's crazy, but yeah, it's just, you know.
It's very cool.
So this is sort of the sort of standard technique. The only sort of issue you can have here is you can get into phasing territory. So unless which is basically when you have two waveforms, and if they're exactly opposite each other, they cancel each other out. So it ends up making the audio sound actually worse than it would originally. So then what I'd employ would be this second technique, which is, so what I'm doing is I'm layering the two clips over each other. The top one, yellow, being the
clean up one.
Enhanced speech version,
and the bottom half being the original audio. Just took a few clicks out and stuff with RX. And as you can see, these two sort of EQs, this one I'm on at the moment at the top, this one is for the yellow bit of speech. And what I'm doing is I'm selecting all the sort of good material that makes up the body of the voice, and then on the bottom one here,
it's the noise.
I'm picking up all the stuff that makes it realistic, and because I'm not actually crossing over these two EQs, I'm only allowing the bottom sound from the top one and the top sound from the bottom one to make this confusing. I'm cancelling out those phase issues, so I get the best of both worlds and I get really clean audio. So we kind of employed this tool all the time.
Cool.
It's funny because, you know, David, you know, or you were joking, like, okay, they're not going to need. So just for those who aren't aware, in Enhanced Speech that's now in Premiere Pro beta and coming in a few weeks to the shipping version, is Enhanced Speech is now in Premiere, but you have a slider where you can pull in some of the original grit, or you can sort of balance between.
Yeah.
You joke that, you know, you don't need a mixer anymore, but like the reality is that a huge percentage of people making videos, you know, short films, they're young or they're new or they don't have a budget. They're probably doing it themselves. So the ability to actually have some of the skills that you have to do that is really powerful to get them on their way.
And get it close. I mean, I always feel like it's like if you can just get a cut like to
just
a B,
make sure it's
I
actually
feel like if
working.
it's a B+, A-, so it's not interfering with the storytelling, then you're good for just to show people, try to raise money, try to get and then when you get to Sundance or into some festival, then you find someone like Tristen who's like a master to really make it beautiful and get it to an A+.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big part of all filmmaking is like, and you can speak to this as an editor, more and more from 20 years ago to now, editors are expected to do more
so
of the end-to-end.
More. Yeah,
and being able to, like, that's what we hear a lot for Premiere users is being able to do a a little bit of the color and a little bit of the sound. And
absolutely. There's this expectation, and even in like, you know, in reality TV where I work, like scripted editors will come in and be like, "Whoa, this is so hard. You guys are expected to cut music. We have a music editor, But like in reality TV, it's like, no, you're supposed to cut music, So it's just like it's just expected that you're gonna like make a viewable package, and that someone can that they don't need to bring someone else in to do it. Yeah, for sure.
And to your point, like when you're trying to get financing or you're bringing in a producer, it can look like you don't have a strong edit because there's audio problems. There's blips in the audio or the color's off.
Or you might not even be able to know if a scene can work because it's so noisy.
The mix is wrong. I know. So many times, like a producer or the network will be like, "I don't know, we just don't like it. Change the music." It's like that's like a favorite note. Change the music, and it's because something isn't. It's just not translating, and it does. It's like. You just need to. Often it is the music. Often it is maybe there's a terrible music edit in the middle that just just bumped them and pulled them right out. You want them to have a smooth ride, no bumps.
100%, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, before we say, Andy. No, it's okay. I mean, we're gonna wrap up. So I thought all of us together.
Oh, here she comes.
Andy promised that in order to fit everybody, that she would jump on somebody's lap or something.
Yeah. I'm happy to. Should I?
Yeah, lie across us. No, I mean, you don't have to. You can.
Well, I just want to thank you guys so much
really
for
fun.
being here.
Yeah.
I hope you guys all really
great.
enjoyed the stream today. Check out Dig Double X. How can people keep up with
Dig
the
Double X
film?
the movie.
On Instagram, yeah.
And that's with an exclamation mark, all
Oh,
caps.
yeah.
Double X.
Awesome.
It's like the Super Bowl of Dig. I'm Andy Timona on Instagram and Twitter also, and talking all about it. This is David Timona.
Yeah.
That's Tristen.
I'm Tristen Bayless on LinkedIn.
He's on LinkedIn.
Don't have
He's got
Instagram.
LinkedIn
Yeah, he's got LinkedIn.
It's pretty cool.
There'll be plans. There's like people writing like, when's it playing England? When's it playing Australia?
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Yeah.
It's coming.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much
Yes,
for being
thank
here.
you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody,
Thank you.
for
Thanks,
tuning in
everyone.
to the live.
Thank
and stay
you.
tuned for more
Thank you,
live from
Adobe.
Sundance.
Yeah, thank you, Adobe, for your cool product.
Cheers,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Megan.
This is our last session of the day. I'm kind of sad about it. Today I'm here with Alvina Joshi. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. Everyone around us is eating lunch and we're not, so I'm a little upset about that, but we're going to have a fun hour together and then we can eat lunch.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So today we are talking about editing short films in Premiere Pro with you. So I would love to hear more about you. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your background and your experience as a filmmaker?
Sure. Okay. So, like Grace said, my name is Alvina Joshi. I am a filmmaker based in Mumbai, in India. So I had a long journey here, as you can imagine. Yeah. I'm a filmmaker. I work primarily I direct documentaries, but I also work as an editor because that's what I studied in film school. So I've edited everything from short films, feature-length films, series, fiction, non-fiction, ads. So it's just something that I really enjoy doing, and I think the majority of my day is spent at the editing table, which is also helping a lot now that I'm making my own films, especially with non-fiction, where you don't always have a plan that you can stick to.
Yeah.
And so much is sort of figured out at the edit, but then if you're somebody who can think like an editor while you're on shoot, that just saves you a lot of
so much.
Yes,
it helps so much. Yeah, you're right. So you are an Adobe Ignite Sundance Fellow this year. Congratulations. Can you tell us what projects you're working on right now?
Sure. Okay, so I'm working on a feature-length documentary that is set in India, in the northeast of India, in a place called Assam, which has terrible floods every year. And where a lot of our tea is also grown. So in Assam, we're working with an indigenous artist whose house is about to be demolished. It's his ancestral house. His family's lived there for 6 generations, and it's going to be demolished later this year because a highway will come up in its place. So I'm directing this with the artist's nephew. And yeah, that's what we're working on right now. It's a long process, and we're enjoying every bit of it.
That's awesome. Yeah. And how long have you been working on it?
It's been a year now, I would say. So we've been filming in patches, and also we've been at various pitching forums with this. Yeah.
That's awesome. So we're both editors, and I'm so excited to sit here and talk to you because I love talking to other editors about their workflows. So I was hoping we could get a peek at your timeline and see how you're organizing things. Tell us a little bit about your editing toolkit.
Sure.
So let's jump into Premiere.
Cool. Okay. So I have Premiere open. I'll show you how I organized this session.
Okay.
So I knew that I was working with 2 different films. This is one and this is another. So what I did was I just replicated the edit of the film itself. Basically, I pulled that project into this one. And usually this is what I stick to. So it always begins with the footage bin. Now in this case, it was a short film, so I had very limited. I had like 60 clips. So I didn't need to segregate this further. It was a 1-day shoot. But if it was a longer shoot, then I would have made day-wise bins and put footage into that. So I always have my footage bin. I have my sound bin, which is the location sound, what has been recorded. Super important is my SFX bin because I use a lot of like downloaded sounds while I work. And I like to keep it like separate from the location sound. So I have my SFX bin. I have my sequence bin. Where I always begin first with, I put all of my footage on the timeline because I like watching it in one go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so while I'm watching all my footage, I don't like to have to stop, go back to the bin, open the next clip, watch it, then open the next clip.
Wow.
I just like that like that seamless experience of, okay, this is what I have to work with.
Okay.
So this sequence to me is super important. And then we go into the cut. Luckily, this film worked out in 3 cuts.
Wow, that is lucky.
Yeah, I had a really, really nice director as well. And then, of course, I have my 4 sound exports.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then, of course, there's the beep and the color bars. In this case, we use like a 4:3 mask, so I have that. Yeah, and if for some reason I need to bring my exports back in, then I make a separate bin for that, just in case.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's usually how I...
That's your kind of your go-to setup?
That's my go-to. It's really simple, and it's really reliable. It's worked out so far, so this is what I...
So tell me a little bit more about, like, you bring all of that footage onto one timeline. Do you sync your sound in there?
Yes, I do. I can show you an example of that. Because I feel like edits usually work out quicker when you know what you want, rather than like a trial and error, you know.
Yeah.
So which is why then I like to watch everything that I have. So when I go into the edit, I usually go in knowing exactly what it is that I want to do.
Got it.
Yeah. So let me just. So in this film, we shot for around 20 days. So what I did is I divided every week into a timeline.
Okay.
So this is day 8 to day 14. So this is all my footage.
So these labels up here at the top are the days that you were shooting?
No, so this is just like a description of what's happening.
Okay. So
and
notes to self.
Notes to self,
Got it.
And this is all the footage. So what I do is... this was a doc, so a lot of the times we were just doing like recording sound, and we didn't have visual. So I also put that sound onto the timeline, and I listened to.
You just listen to it.
All of that.
Okay.
So here I had three different timelines. Yeah. So I had day 1 to 7. I had 8 to 14 and 15 to 19.
Okay. And so then you just sit down.
Yeah.
Grab some popcorn.
Just I grabbed like a nice cup of chai and I watch everything. It's it can be really exhausting.
Yeah.
And sometimes it requires a lot of like pushing yourself to sit and do it, but it's worth it. Like, I would not want to go into an edit without doing this process first.
And what do you think that does for you? Do you feel like you kind of like internalize a lot of that footage, so you kind of know like where things are in your project, or what does that do for you?
So of course, one can also go back to the bin and watch all the footage. But what this does for me is it conveys the rhythm of the film, because the rhythm of the film is not something that the director can explain to you, nor is it something that you can immediately get from the script. It's only the footage and the sound that can communicate that to you.
Right.
Which is why I like to watch it without breaking that rhythm. So once I've done this whole process, I know what the pace is and sort of just what the film wants to be, like what the soul of the film is, and what it is trying to tell me about itself.
Right.
Because when you watch individual clips, it's like scrolling through Instagram, right? It's all very like boxed in, and it's individual clips. But when you do this, in many ways, you are watching the film.
Yeah. You're totally right. Do you reference the script I mean, I guess since you're a documentary editor, what are you referencing any documents from production or pre-production, or are you just taking the footage as it is and that's where you start?
So this depends on the project itself. I've been in situations where I've edited like web series with, say, like a production house. So they usually have things written down, at least like, you know, a broad overview of how they think the episode should go. So in those cases, I read those. But when it comes to like very indie stuff, the stuff that I make, we usually don't do that a lot of the times because there is no time to. So then again, it's just watch the footage. And, With fiction films, I read the script before my director goes into production. But then after production, I don't read the script.
You don't?
No, because I feel like then it influences me, and then even subconsciously, I would just end up making the film that was in the script.
Right.
And I mean, the whole idea is that the script is one thing, and then the shoot is one thing, and then the edit is something. You know.
Absolutely.
So then I read it just once, and I don't go back again.
Wow, I love that. So we were having dinner yesterday, and we were talking a little bit about editing in different languages, and you were working with a collaborator who didn't speak the same language as you. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, that is very challenging. That sounds very challenging. Can you tell me a little bit more about that and how you did that? Because I've never done that, and I like need to hear more.
Okay, cool. So in a lot of my projects, I'm usually editing in languages that I don't speak, and I think that's something that comes with working in India because there's just so many languages. And I absolutely, like, I'm a language nerd, so I really, I love doing that. The film that we were talking about, it was a short documentary that I directed. And the thing is, along with directing, I was in the film.
Oh, wow, okay.
So a lot of the times I was not behind the monitor or next to my camera person, so I didn't know what these things were looking like. And then I decided not to edit it myself because it was like such a personal story about my family that I felt like I kept seeing beyond the frame because I know so much about these people.
Yeah.
So I just did not have that ability to see what a viewer would see. So then I got an editor on board. But now this editor happened to be a filmmaker himself, and he hadn't edited for anybody before, and he'd never worked with Premiere before, nor did he speak the same language, that he didn't speak the language of the film.
Okay, pause. So you brought an editor on board. He didn't use Premiere when you brought him on board. He also didn't speak the language of the film.
No.
So how did you go about like onboarding him onto this project? Was he able to learn Premiere?
Yeah, so the really surprising thing, because we were super anxious about this, right? The really surprising thing was he picked it up in like 4 or 5 days.
Wow.
So his process of watching all the footage and sort of like figuring out the software, and he did it himself. I didn't have to sit with him and be like, hey, this is how you know.
Like, this is how you do everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he just got it himself.
Wow.
And the first 2 days maybe he was like, oh, hey, what's the shortcut for this? But then it became so intrinsic to him. And that's when I realized how like it's so important for these tools to be accessible.
Yeah.
Because he was the person that I wanted on this film, and if I had to like let him go because of something like what tool we're using, that would break my heart.
Or what language.
Or what language.
He spoke.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think he's still using Premiere.
That's amazing. Yeah. So he switched from another editing tool.
He switched from another editing
Premiere
tool,
and was able to learn Premiere really quickly.
So he was, not just cutting, but so we were working a lot with XMLs because initially he wasn't with me in Mumbai. So what I would do is I would make a timeline like this. I would put in all my chapter markers, and what I did was I also put in captions.
Okay.
Oh, that's me, by the way. Yep.
So you put in captions in his language, or
no, in English.
In English.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, the subtitling is a process that happens later, but in this case, while I was watching the footage, I was also subtitling everything for him.
Okay.
And then I would export these XMLs and send them across to him, and then he would sort of download them, feed it into Premiere, and watch everything. So that was the process that we followed. And the great thing about it was, of course, it was cumbersome to like subtitle like 20 days of footage.
Yeah.
But like I said, because I was in the film, I did not always know exactly what's being shot. So this helped me like really get into the footage.
Right.
And sort of like remove myself as a character and see it as a film.
Yeah.
And because I was literally writing everything down, it helped me internalize. So that helped.
Wow. So he basically edited that whole film using English captions.
Yeah, that's
but
what
without
he did.
knowing the language of the film. Okay.
And then what we did was I made. Yeah. So this is literally just. I also made like individual day. Timelines, just to sort of be like, okay, here's what we did today here. And then finally we got into the edit, and I made a cut of my own because I felt like it was just easier to me to communicate using audio and visual rather than being
like writing
like
notes or trying to explain.
So I made a lineup of my own, and so this is something that we can sort of talk about as well. The title tool. When I'm sort of constructing my edit, I like to put in little notes on screen. Of course.
I do this too.
You do?
Yeah, I
so
do.
Cool.
I love writing little notes to myself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I know that like markers can be done for the same thing, but I don't know. I just love
it's not the same. I love like the visual reminder.
Yeah, exactly. So when I'm like rewatching it, it just comes up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I still have to do that.
Yeah.
So
That's
I love
so funny that we both do that.
Yeah. And it's one of those like really simple things, but they make such a big difference.
Totally.
Right. So I made a lineup of my own, and then he made 2 lineups.
Wow. So you're just going back and
so
forth
back
with
and
this.
And then eventually I flew him to Mumbai, and then we were in the same place, and then we took it from the lineups. And then we finished the whole process. But yeah, he did the whole thing using English captions.
That's incredible. And so how long did that editing process take? Do you remember?
I think we were done. We were done in a month.
Oh wow!
It was a 28-minute film.
Okay.
And we finished because we just spent so much time on the prep on this process, and also he made a very extensive paper edit as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So then when it came to like the editing, it was mostly like a physical. We knew what we wanted.
Yeah.
So it didn't take too long after that.
That's amazing. Incredible. So I want to talk to you a little bit about keyframes because I know you use...
Oh, can I add one more thing?
Yes, add one more thing before we move on. I would love to hear it.
Because I just remembered that another one of my crew members who was a DI artist was also not in Mumbai. So then I had to send him like 4K footage and exports like online.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, and like I said, I had like over 20 days of footage.
Of 4K footage?
Of 4K footage.
That you had to send online?
Yeah, but then I realized that I don't need to send it all to him, of course. But we also had like just too many shots for me to like individually find them, and so then I used the consolidate tool. So consolidation is something we do after the project ends, right? For like archival.
Right.
But then I figured if it works, it works.
Totally.
So I just relinked everything. I consolidated it. So Premiere gave me just the clips I had on my timeline, and I sent that to him, and that made life so much easier.
Useful. Yeah, because you're like, you don't need everything.
No.
You just need this little bit. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, yeah, so back to keyframes, because I know you use keyframes to kind of convey emotion and enhance like visual elements in your editing. Could you talk about like how you use keyframes in your projects?
Sure. Okay. So with keyframes, I'll show you this one sort of specific instance of it. I find them useful, especially in scenarios where you're doing like a really, really tight budget. Hey, this was our vision, but we don't have the money to, and you just really want to get it right.
Yeah.
So then you get a little creative, right?
Totally.
So this was another like a short 5-minute film that we made in which. So the director's idea was that there are these two characters who live in a village, and they don't fit into this very like heteronormative idea of relationships, but the rest of the village does. And there is a wedding going on that they've sort of chose not to go to, and they also want to run away. So now the challenge was we had the two characters and we had the village, but we did not have the wedding.
Oh, no.
Or the rest of the villagers.
Well, yeah, because you had a really small budget.
We had a really small budget.
There's no money for extras. There's no money for a wedding venue.
No.
There's no money for feeding all of the extras.
Yeah, or like the flowers.
The extra shoot day.
Yeah.
What, you're going to buy a wedding dress? With what money?
Exactly.
Yeah, no,
Absolutely.
I've been there. So you got to get creative.
So you got to get creative.
Okay, so tell me what you did.
So we ended up using miniatures, miniature paintings.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So where did you source these?
We found like free online.
Wow.
Yeah. So then we ended up using these miniatures to sort of create the sense of a wedding. And of course we used like sound as well.
Wow.
And then we mixed this up with footage that had been shot.
So if we go, can we see the keyframes?
Yeah, of course.
I want to get into.
Yeah,
I want to
of
get
course.
deep into those keyframes, Alvina.
So we did like a very simple. Here are my keyframes. So essentially, I can just maybe redo it and show it to you. Let me just get rid of this dissolve.
Let's see who's on our stream. We have people saying hi to you.
Oh, hi everybody.
Jack Watson. Congrats, Alvina. Katrina. Hi, Katrina. You're on here. Hey, everybody. Thanks
Hello.
for joining us. Okay,
Cool. So it's just a very simple. Let me just remove my previous keyframes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
you're gonna
started here.
You're gonna re-keyframe it live for us. I love that.
Yeah. So I knew that this was my starting position, and the painting is very much in like this direction, right? Everybody's going here. So that's what we will do as well. So we do almost like a little reveal. Now I know that I probably want to end somewhere here, right? So I go to the end of my clip, I place another keyframe, and I also, just to make it a little smoother sometimes, I prefer to.
I do that too.
Yeah, exactly. I like playing around with like multiple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just kind of seeing
Exactly.
what it looks like.
Exactly.
Yeah. Is this one your favorite? Your favorite
Usually
keyframe type?
this one is
Yeah.
my favorite. So that's what we did, and we also added a little aspect ratio, a letterbox.
And why did you do that? Just because of the picture, the size of the picture,
no.
or
This was
what was
because the director wanted. He's shot with that in mind. So that had nothing to do with the pictures. That was like the real footage. He wanted it to be treated in that way. So we stuck to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then you sort of. I hope sound's playing. Yeah. Wedding parties.
That's so creative, and I feel like it just adds to the film. It's not something that takes away. You know, it's like adding to the kind of the ambiance and the feel.
Yeah.
And that's such an awesome creative solution. Yeah.
And we also had. The reason that we kept the movement so simple is because the rest of the film, if you look at sort of, if you look at how it's framed, it's like very 2D and sort of like
flat.
Flat. You only have two people.
Yes.
So anything like too graphic-y or too fancy would have like just killed off I think the innocence of the film. So then we figured that we'll stick to like just a very basic sidewards movement.
Yeah.
And then of course another great thing was he knew that, so we cut from the wedding party to like a representation of the two lovers. And this was something that my director suggested actually. He wanted that to be like a disruption. So then we went from keyframing movement. A straight cut.
Still.
Yeah. To like stillness, and then the soundscape also changes.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting. So, speaking of soundscape, can we talk about sound?
Yes, of course.
I really want to talk about sound because you know how important sound is.
Yes, it is.
I feel like it's make or break. So, do you use Premiere Pro, the Essential Sounds panel, for your work?
Yes,
I do.
And
how do you use? Do you have any favorite tools? Like, tell me about how you're doing your sound.
Sure. Okay. So with sound, I feel like I don't know if it's just for the films that I work on or just films in general, but a lot of this experience of time, like when you watch a film, you get that feeling, right? That so much time has passed.
Yeah.
Or I feel like that comes with sound.
I agree.
Because just the visuals don't give you that. And edit ultimately is about time. That's the most, like if you're cooking, then time is the fire, right?
Right.
So then I feel like you cannot lock an edit without having at least a basic sound design, because you need to know how that time is passing. So I usually do like a small, like a very basic, but I try to do the first sound design myself.
Wow.
And
she can do it all, folks.
And that is where, that is where Essential Sound comes in for me.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
Okay,
What's
so
this timeline?
this was another film. Again, I'm just going to show you like 2 layers of sound here. So what happened in this case was a specific portion of the film just did not have dialogue at all. It was simply visual. So I decided to like do a basic sound design.
Okay.
And also this was again one of those situations where there was supposed to be like an entire mob and a riot, and we didn't have that. We just had 2 people.
Yeah.
We always seem to only have 2 people.
I mean, that's so relatable. You're like, I have $2 for this film, so each of you can have $1, and then I'm going to figure out how to do a riot.
Exactly. So in this case, we really had to expand our space.
Yeah.
Because these people are here, but the riot is happening, I don't know, there.
Okay.
So then we kind of went into, I think it starts somewhere here. We went a little bit. what I do is I would go to Essential Sound, and one of my favorite things to do is treating things not as they are. So when you, let's just go back to, okay, let's just look at the options for a minute. Right, so you have dialogue, music, SFX, ambience.
Right.
A lot of the times, I will treat SFX as ambience or ambience as like I'll just mix things up.
Okay.
To create a certain like.
So tell me more about that. Like, what do you mean by that, and how do you put that into practice? Can you like show me?
Sure. So for example, say I want like a voice of God, almost like a very reverby, very
Yeah.
What I do is I go to ambience and I put it on wide and deep, which is I'll increase the amount, increase the levels a bit, and then I let it play out like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do this with music as well. So
Really?
so if I've put background music and I don't want it to feel like I don't know, just like like music that's just like stuck on there.
Yeah.
I'll maybe go to like ambience and make it like large room or from outside.
Right.
Yeah, because it also gives you like that depth in sound.
Right.
And I feel like it opens up the world of the film so much.
Yes.
So that is something that I do.
Okay.
And interestingly, the final cut of this film, it used a lot of my sound design. So I was very proud of myself. So the sound designer used quite a bit of it. I was just like, yes!
Okay, yeah, that's incredible. So you actually will go in and label something that's maybe dialogue, right? And instead of labeling it as dialogue in here,
I would perhaps go to ambience. Because I feel like, because these
are all very like podcasty, like
exactly, and they're meant for the human voice.
Exactly.
So the human voice will always be like conserved,
right?
And I like that feeling of ambiguity where you can't you can't say what's being said.
Yeah. Well, so especially if it's the voice of God.
Yeah,
We're not doing human voice here.
Yeah,
we're doing the voice of God.
Absolutely.
So you're doing ambiance.
Yeah.
I love that because it's nice because you have all of these different presets in here. So even when you're in the ambiance, label, you have all of these different options. So you don't have to actually go in and like do a lot of fiddling, right?
Yeah,
you can just kind of go in and go down this list of options and kind of listen and adjust from there, instead of needing to be like a sound expert, like a sound designer.
Because I don't have those skill sets. Like I don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
But I know that I want to do it.
But apparently you do because they kept a bunch of your sound in there. Add that to your resume.
No, I really enjoy sound. It's such a wonderful process.
Well, especially in like the lower budget, film. It's like you clearly are a master of these very creative solutions to low budget that like make the film you maintain the quality of the film with these creative solutions, and I feel like this is just in line with that. It's like you're using these keyframed photos to like go around the fact that you don't have these extras. Same with the sound design. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like so much of editing is you're communicating with the crew who will come after you. So you're communicating with your DI artist, your sound designer, if there's any graphics work, which is why then it also becomes important to have it as complete and packaged as possible. And I feel like anybody who works on commercials will really relate to this, because before commercials go to like grade and sound, you have to show it to the client.
Right.
And you can't be there telling the client that, it sounds like this
it'll
because
look good. Don't worry. I know it's completely gray and it looks terrible, but don't worry, we'll fix it.
Yeah. So you cannot do that. So you have to, like, editors have to know everything and do everything.
I know, you really do. But I think it's interesting because when you're an editor, you're a storyteller, but you're also a communicator, right? So you have like these double layers. So how does the software help you with that process? Because I know like you take a pretty like deep and emotional approach to your editing, right? So does Premiere help you with that? And tell me more about that.
Of it's a really like vulnerable process where I have to be extremely open and extremely empathetic to what's going on screen, and also to my director. So then when you're both in that like, you're both in this like heightened state of emotion. I mean, I'm sure you've noticed this too, right? That when you first begin an edit, you're in that very, oh, maybe we can try this zone. But then as you get deeper into it and you spend more time together, like you're barely talking, because it's as if like your minds have connected and both of you just know what needs to be what needs to be done.
Synced.
You're synced. And that is, I think that is why I love editing. That feeling of being like just one with this other creative mind, and you know, but that requires you to be that open. So when you're in this heightened emotional state, you don't want to be figuring out like technical issues, and you don't want to. You just do not want your mind to wander into these very like logistical, technical.
Yeah, like suddenly I have to figure out a new setting, or there's an error I don't understand. So do you feel like Premiere allows you to stay in that kind of like synced zone?
Yeah, it does. And I think this loops back into what we were talking about earlier about my editor picking it up really quick. I just feel like it's super accessible. And I don't remember the last time I've had to like go and watch like a really extensive tutorial on how do I do this. It's just something, I think it's one of those tools that I think maybe within like say 10-15 days of use, you just have it, like it's muscle memory.
I totally agree.
Yeah, and you don't. There's like 5 different ways of doing everything. So you pick what the most comfortable to you is. Like for example, I'm not. This is like sacrilegious, but I'm not huge on keyboard shortcuts.
Alvina, how could you?
No, because I'll tell you why. Because like just this feeling of scrolling around. I like it.
Yeah. No, but that's like the beautiful thing about it is anytime I watch someone else edit, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but I learn something. Like I've been using Premiere since I was 16 years old. And I still, if I watch someone else edit, I'm like, I didn't even know that was an option. Because you just do what feels right to you, but like different things feel right to other people. So it's really nice. And then when you watch someone else edit, you're like, I didn't know that was a thing.
Exactly.
You know? Even after all this time.
Yeah, and it's so amazing that the tool allows you to either be this person who like knows every shortcut and he's super quick, or you can also take like, when the project allows you, you can take like a slower, more mindful approach, which is what I like. Like I like spending time on my project and on my software. But yeah, so it's been something that's been super accessible, and it's this like no frills, very easy, very straightforward. Like I had a teacher who would always tell me that as long as you know like IO, which is in and out, and JKL, you're fine.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And maybe how to cut.
And how to cut. Yeah. That's it. And how to save, probably. That's important.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Like 5 things.
Like 10. No, you can count on 2 hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is pretty good. That's a pretty good record. So how did you learn Premiere?
You know what? The funny thing is I just picked it up. Like I don't remember having to like sit down and be like,
I'm learning Premiere. How long ago did you learn it? Like when did you start using it?
Maybe when I was like 19, 20. We made these like, you know, silly short films and when we were in college, and then we had to edit them ourselves. I think that's when me and my friends, we picked it up. But I think the beautiful thing is it was not this event of like, I have the knowledge. It was not that.
Like I'm sitting down to make my first short film. Like you just kind of go in and you start playing around, and
you
suddenly
figure it out.
You know Premiere.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's amazing. So we were talking a little bit about like crafting a story within budget constraints. Do you have any big like tips or go-to things when you have a big budget constraint? Like how do you approach that?
I think the biggest tip, if you're working in like a fiction space, would be just know what you want. And this has so much to do with editing. I would suggest like bring in your editor as soon as possible.
Like how early? In pre-production?
Yeah, in pre-production, for sure. Because I mean, we also enjoy this process of doing sort of mounting, creating the film with directors. And I've had a lot of directors who include me in the short breakdown. So it's the director, the DP, and me. And
That's
we
so
have
useful.
that's really useful. And I remember on the shoot of my thesis film, we were shooting, and I think we were running late. My director was a little anxious. And I remember, like, I had the shot breakdown with me, and I went up to him and I was like, hey, this next shot, you don't need it. And then he was just like, what? And I was like, yeah, you don't. And he trusted me in that moment.
Right.
And he was like, we're not doing this, we're skipping. And it worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So-
that's the beauty of like either having an editor on set or when you're on set and you know how to edit and you know
Exactly.
what you need, you're kind of almost already like assembling in
Yeah.
your mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know exactly like, oh, I can trim the fat here.
Yeah.
And that really helps with budget constraints.
Yeah, for sure. And having a director that trusts you in those like super stressful environments.
Absolutely. Yeah. Do you have any specific narrative or thematic elements that you find yourself returning to? Like, is there anything that kind of you keep coming back to in your work?
Yeah, I think for me, family is something that I seem to go back to. So I really like personal, like intimate, small narratives. I don't find myself gravitating towards like, I don't know, action and jumping off
Right.
cars and buildings. I really like sensitively done small films.
Yeah.
Which then of course requires a lot of tenderness in how you make them. Those are not films that you can just cut and
Right.
you have to be like
Very.
yeah.
How do you stay open-hearted during that process? Do you find that it comes naturally to you? That's kind of just how you
it
operate?
does. I think initially it does, but I think the challenge is because, as we all know, editing is such a long process.
Yeah.
The challenge is to maintain that till the very end, which is something honestly that I'm still struggling with.
Yeah.
Because after like, I don't know, the 7th or the 8th cut, I don't feel so open
Yeah.
anymore. Just
You're like, I'm sick of this.
Exactly.
I don't need to look at this
Yeah,
anymore.
exactly. So
Yeah.
the challenge for me right now is to, I don't know, develop that maturity that allows me
Right.
to stay that open until the very end of the process. And I think I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Have you figured anything out so far in terms of staying open? You're still working on it?
Yeah, I'm still working on it. And also I think like safeguarding yourself, because when I was doing the project I was telling you about where I was directing and I was in the film, because it was so personal, like there was a lot of crying involved. So
yeah,
you need
like
to
during the shoot, like during production or
No, during the edit
post?
actually.
Okay.
So in a way that helped because I remained so open, but it was also exhausting.
Yeah.
So finding this balance between how involved should you get emotionally, how much of a distance should you keep, because as an editor you are also the first audience and
Right.
you have to be critical. So just figuring all these things out. Yeah.
So with that film, it sounds like it was very personal to you. How do you approach like test audiences? Like, is that something that you consider when you're making something so personal? Is like, how will other people perceive this? Am I getting across what I'm feeling? And how do you kind of measure that if you're so personally like involved, you know?
Yeah. No, I showed it to a lot of people, way more than I show my edits to. But that film, I shared it, and those reactions really helped, because I've noticed that most of them would start talking about the film, but then halfway through, everybody would start talking about their own families, the things that they went through, or oh hey, I've always wanted to make a film about this, you know. Then I felt a little encouraged. I was like, okay,
it's doing what I want it to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is not just telling this story, but like almost imparting a feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. That is very special. But it's like, do you find it difficult to show such personal work to people, or is it okay?
Surprisingly, I did not find it difficult, because also the major theme of the film was gender and how that works in the world that I inhabit. So I think just the urgency or this like really strong urge to put it out there, that kind of trumped any fears I had about it being so personal.
Right. You're like, I have to
do this.
Tell
Like I
this
have
story.
to say this. Yeah. So it was just that like fire of I have to say this that helped out. But otherwise I'm sure it's really difficult. It's not easy to.
No, it's never easy. Yeah, when it's something so personal. So it seems like you take kind of like a slow-paced approach to your work and your editing and everything like that. When it comes to the fast-paced world of social media, you got the TikTok, you got the Reels, you got the stories. How do you approach that? Like, are you posting on social? Like, are you promoting yourself on social? Are you like, I can't do this, you know?
I post sometimes, but I've edited for social media. So I've done work for brands, which then goes onto Instagram, and that is a completely different animal. Like we've done like 15, 16 like small videos in 3 days with the director's input, the client's input. 10 different types of exports. So we've done like all of that as well. So then of course one cannot be so emotional in those. Then it's just about how are the clothes looking, how is the makeup looking, how is the light, great.
Yeah.
Cool. This is in it. So
but it's kind of nice sometimes to just
it's so nice. Oh my, it's
not
so
have
refreshing.
to process things through the work that you're doing.
It's fun because a lot of these videos are usually like about the music and how things are moving, and it's so much fun.
It's much more like visceral and like it's not so much feeling, it's more just like external.
Yeah, exactly. Which is it's important. I think you need to take that. It's like a break from the more intense.
And then in terms of like online distribution for your short films, how are you reaching kind of your intended audiences? How are you approaching the world of kind of social media and where we're at right now? And how does that bridge to how you're reaching people?
Right. So the film is playing in a few festivals right now. When it was playing in Mumbai, we have a film festival there called Geo Mami. It's a big one. So when it was playing there, of course, my social media was full of, these are the venues, these are the screening times, please go. So that it helps, but I don't know, I'm not somebody who's like on social media all the time. Yeah. And now I feel like the algorithm has figured out that I'm a film nerd. So, like that little panel on Instagram that shows you the world. It only shows
your
me
little explore feed.
Yeah, your explore feeds. It only shows me like open calls to like film funds and residencies.
It's like, I know what you want.
Yeah, or it shows me like cats and cake. Those are the three things I get.
Cats, cake, and residencies.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the big three for Alvina.
Yeah. So now, like, all the guilt I had about, I'm wasting my time on Instagram, now that's taken care of. Yeah. Because I genuinely get, like...
You trained your algorithm.
Yeah. Because, like, just before our feed, I found that there's an open call for, like, a documentary pitching forum through Instagram. And I was like, okay, great.
Perfect. Yeah. Thanks, Instagram. We have, like, 7 minutes before we wrap. I want to talk a little bit more about your fellowship. How do you feel like it's influenced your approach to editing, like if it has at all?
Right. I think watching the work that the rest of the fellows are doing, that has made me think and learn quite a lot because they're all amazing. And at the very beginning of the fellowship, we all got to watch the short films that we submitted, and I was blown away. So I rewatched them multiple times. We have these things called work shares where all of us come together and one person shares what they're doing, and so the rest give feedback. So that feedback has helped. Reading the scripts that they're writing, that has helped. And we all also have mentors, so one person has one mentor. And being with that person has also sort of, so just, I think all of the input that's coming in, that is like, just, it's actually changed a lot of the way that I'm approaching the documentary that I'm making.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tell me more about how it's changed your approach.
So I think initially I was feeling a certain pressure to like conform to the kind of things that we're watching with the fellowship and just being here at Sundance. I think that kind of took off that pressure, and I felt like I should make what I want to make and then the rest will be figured out. Yeah. So we were going with... it was like we were making a displacement film, but inside we were feeling really strongly about the myths and the stories of that village that will be gone once the village is gone. And I feel like now we will allow ourselves to explore more of that, which we've been doing in like very small bits so far. Right. Because I think that authenticity and honesty shows on screen. So,
I agree.
Yeah.
I think if you're feeling it, hopefully your audience will be feeling it. And that's the feeling you have to follow, right? And it sounds like you've really been encouraged to do that through this fellowship.
Yeah.
And that fellowship is for folks who are 18 to 25,
18 to 25,
right?
yeah, anybody from any part of the world. Yeah, I mean, all you do is you submit. Oh, it's the call is open right now until
is it?
Yeah, until February 7th.
Okay.
And all you do is you submit a short film, and I think there's like a few more questions and all of that. And yeah,
that's incredible. Let's see if our audience has any comments before we wrap up. I saw someone say that there was something funny about, I can't see it, okay. Oh, Jack Watson said, I'm also not good at remembering keyboard shortcuts. So you're not alone. Wade said, I have to retrain my brain if I make new ones. Yeah.
Oh my, I just love that this is the moment for everybody to be open about this.
Yeah, like let's all come clean that no one actually knows their keyboard
because
shortcuts.
Usually like in the editing community there's a lot of pressure to know these.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, I know. So, and sometimes like I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but it like there'll be a keyboard shortcut that fully doesn't resonate for me. It's just like this is not it, and so I have to go and change it.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
You just like, but I really like that you can do that based on how your brain works, right?
Yeah,
It goes
absolutely.
back to what we were talking about.
And I feel like I have like phases or like moods with it. Like sometimes, you know how the razor tool looks like a little blade?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll put it on B because B for blade. But then sometimes I'll put it on C because C for cut. So
I love that. You're like, what am I feeling like today? What's my keyboard shortcut going to be? That's so chaotic. I love that. So as we're talking about like this fellowship for folks who are 18 to 25, you're still so young, but I mean, do you have any like words of wisdom that you would give to someone who is, you know, up and coming, like someone maybe 5 years younger than you or your younger self? What would you say to someone?
I mean, I don't know what I would say to other people because I'm still figuring it out.
Yeah.
But to my younger self, I would just say, persevere. Like, you'll
Keep
get there.
going.
Yeah, which is what I need to tell myself a lot now as well.
Yeah.
So,
Just keep going.
Keep going.
That's amazing. And before we wrap, I have one more question for you. Like, where do you draw your creative sources of inspiration? Like, where are you pulling from? What media or what content or what books or, you know, what are you reading or watching these days?
Right. What am I reading or watching?
Or what has really
thing I read?
inspired you in, like, when you're creating the work that you've been working on?
Usually it's the world around me. I read a lot though. I love reading.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Me too.
We should talk about books over coffee later. Yeah. So, but usually right now it's the world around me, and I think it's also this like weird age that I'm 20, 25, 26 right now, where like you're younger than the adults around you, but you're still an adult.
Yeah,
and
it's a really weird age.
It's a really weird
yeah,
age.
I know.
And you're like responsible for yourself for the first time. And
but you don't feel like you should be
exactly.
responsible. Yeah.
So I think just all the confused feelings of being this age, that is very inspirational right now. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I think we're almost out of time. Alvina, thank you so much for joining us. The Adobe Ignite Fellowship application is open right now till February 7th.
Yes.
You said?
Yes, it is.
This is our last session live from Sundance. I'm Grace Hathaway. This is Alvina Joshi, and we'll see you next time, next year.
Yes.
This is the last session. Bye, guys.
Bye.